Very good morning to all of you. Welcome you all for our second pre-congress workshop on building resilient agri-food system from farm to fork, organized by Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya in collaboration with Halcyon Consultancy Private Limited. This workshop is organized in parallel to 38th PGIA Annual Congress 2026. Before we start in the today's session, I warmly invite Professor D.K.N.G. Pushpakumara, Director of the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya, to address you all.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Samantha Disanayaka, Congress Coordinator 2026, and Dr. Nipuni Sirimalwatta, and Mr. Rasitha Niroshana, the resource person today, and the Managing Director of Halcyon, then researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this pre-Congress workshop on building resilient agri-food systems from farm to fork, the future of food safety, compliance, traceability, and sustainability. So if you take food, which is more than a basic human need, it is closely linked to health, livelihood, economic development, environmental sustainability, and the national security. Today, our agri-food systems are facing unprecedented challenges arising from climate change, environmental degradation, emerging pest and diseases, rapid urbanization, waste issues, and also changing consumer expectations. At the same time, global food markets are becoming increasingly competitive, with consumers demanding food that is not only affordable and nutritious, but are safe, traceable, and sustainably produced. The concept of farm to fork reminds us that food safety is a shared responsibility across the entire value chain. It is not only a single person's responsibility. So every stakeholder, from farmer and processors to transporters, retailers, regulators, researchers, and consumers, has a role to play in ensuring that food reaching our tables is safe and of high quality. A single weakness at any stage can undermine the integrity of the entire food system. So today, compliance with food safety standards is no longer simply a legal obligation. It has become a passport to domestic and international markets. So likewise, traceability has become an essential component of modern food systems. Consumers increasingly want to know where their food comes from, how it was produced, and whether it meets environmental and ethical standards. The digital technologies now provide powerful tools to improve transparency, strengthen consumer confidence, and enable rapid responses to food safety incidents. At the same time, food safety cannot be separated from sustainability. A resilient agri-food system must protect natural resources, conserve biodiversity, reduce food loss and waste, and remain economically viable for producers while ensuring safe and nutritious food for consumers. Building such systems require innovation, scientific research, effective policies, and above all, strong partnerships among governments, universities, research institutions, industry, and farming communities. Today's workshop provides an excellent opportunity to share knowledge, discuss emerging challenges, and explore practical solutions that will strengthen our food system from farm to fork. So I encourage all participants to actively engage actively in the discussions, exchange experiences, and develop collaboration that will contribute to safer, more resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. One of the core strengths of VGIA is our commitment to building strategic partnerships. We believe that by working together, we can create greater impact than by working alone. Our partnership with Halcyon is a fine example of this philosophy, and I am delighted that we are organizing this pre-Congress workshop together for the second consecutive time. So finally, I sincere thanks the Congress coordinator, organizers, resource person, and all participants for your valuable contribution to this important event. And I wish you a very productive and inspiring workshop and every success in your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samantha Disanayake, coordinator of the 38th PGIA Annual Congress 2026, to address you all.
Manjula, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee of 38th PGI Annual Congress, let me also welcome you to the workshop number 2 of the pre-Congress workshop series, organized as a part of the 38th PGI Annual Congress. This year, it's going to be staged on 27th November. So we have already, as director sir also said, we have already completed first workshop related to data analysis few weeks ago, and the pre-Congress workshop series has become kind of a valued tradition of the PGI Annual Congress. The core idea is to expand the learning beyond the Congress itself by creating opportunities for our stakeholders, particularly including the postgraduate students and industry partners. And we strongly believe that the theme of this workshop, building resilient agri-food systems from farm to fork, future of food safety, compliance, traceability, and sustainability, is timely because we face increasing challenges from climate change and emerging food safety risks. So, Director also mentioned the importance of this issue. So, because of this, the ensuring safe food system has become kind of a shared responsibility today. With the expertise and experience of our resource person today, Mr. Rashita Niroshana, the Managing Director of Halcyon team, I am pretty sure that the participants will be able to capture the core theoretical and practical aspects related to food safety, compliance, and traceability. Before I conclude, I also would like to express my appreciation to our workshop partner, Halcyon team, for their collaboration and support in organizing this program. They are, of course, a valued partner of the PGI Congress. I also need to mention the Director PGIA, Workshop Coordinator, Dr. Nipuni Sirimalwatta, and our Congress Secretary, Ms. Manjula Disanayake, who also play an important role in this regard. So finally, I wish you all a productive and engaging workshop today. So thank you. Over to you, Manjula.
Thank you, sir. Now it is time to introduce in our today resource person. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Nipuni Sirimalwatta, Congress Workshop Coordinator of the 38th PGIA Annual Congress 2026.
Thank you, Manjula. Good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you again for the PGIA Pre-Congress Workshop 2026, workshop number 2 on building resilient agri-food systems from farm to fork, compliance, traceability, and sustainability. And it is my pleasure to introduce our resource person today, Mr. Rasita Niroshana. Actually, it is an honor to introduce him. He's a very experienced person in this field. So from this note, you will understand how experienced he is. So it is it is a valuable resource for you, and I'm sure that you will gain a lot of experience, knowledge through this workshop. So Rasita Niroshana is an honors graduate in chemistry from the Institute of Chemistry, Sri Lanka, and a postgraduate diploma holder in manufacturing management, a course conducted by the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is also a diploma holder in quality management, a course conducted by the Sri Lanka Standards Institution. He is a member of the Royal Australian Chemical Institute. His prowess has been recognized to the extent that he was made the lead auditor ISO 22000-2005, ISO 5001-2011, ISO 45001-2018, ISO 14065-2013, ISO 9001-2015, HACCP, Sustainable Fuelwood Certification Auditor, Strategic Environmental Assessment Certification, an IPM instructor for the Japanese Institute of Preventive Maintenance. He is a strategic marketer and a visionary leader in business development and strategic project manager who implements ISO 9000, ISO 14001, OHS 18001, ISO 45001, ISO 27000, PAS 223, ISO 13485, CE, FDA, ISO 1464, ISO 1444, and ISO 22000 and HACCP standards in organizations, identify the gaps and develop gap analysis with solutions, including environmental impact mitigation and implementation time frame for the organization, and make sure the implementation is done on time. The main industries are hotels, tea exporters, manufacturing facilities, the service sector like banks, finance institutes, tea factories, food processing industries and garments, shipbuilding industries and packing industries. At present, he serves as a Director Chief Sustainable Officer at Halcyon Private Limited and RR Associate Private Led, a company that provides consultancy services on 5S, TPM, Six Sigma, Lean, ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 17025, ISO 27001, OHS 18001, ISO 45001, SA 8000, ISO 1464, ISO 1444, and ISO 22000 and HACCP to the local and overseas client. So I'm sure Mr. Rasita Niroshana will give you share his experience, and his knowledge will be a very valuable workshop for you. And I would like to welcome Mr. Rasita Niroshana to conduct the workshop. Thank you very much. Ms. Manjula, to you.
Thank you very much, madam. And now I warmly invite Mr. Rasita Niroshana to continue the today workshop.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and special thank goes to PGIA, the academic team, Professor Pushpakumar, Dean sir, and all, giving us this opportunity for us to come back and do the second program. Thank you very much for keeping that trust with us. And then I think, like in the opening presentation, basically Professor addressed saying that we need to have a very strong relationship with the industry and the university academics. So I think like this is one classic example what we are doing for the second consecutive time. And then because we work with a lot of industries, like, you know, we are representing a lot of industries every month. Like we will be working around like almost 40-50 industries. So I believe, like, you know, we interact with the industries and we understand some of the pain points which industry face, and then when they try to recruit the people also, like, you know, we understand the gaps between the current the student or the people who are seeking the job and the industry expectation. So I think, like, you know, quite rightly we address this situation, because see, earlier when we started to talk about food safety, we are very much focusing on food safety part, but we are not very much focusing on the sustainability. But any industry, whether it's a food industry or non-food industry, sustainability is playing a key role right now. Especially, Professor said, the climate impact, right? Any industry, now you can't survive without considering the climate impact. Even in Sri Lanka, now the weather pattern has changed. And now, especially when we are in the industry, agriculture-based industry, it will impact seriously. Right now, we were talking about the food scarcity, all aspects. So, in this particular program, we will be touching the basic food safety concept, like HACCP, GMP requirement. Plus, I believe the sustainability part will be like little bit of new area for the crowd, like here. So I try to understand the complexity of the crowd, but let me do a little bit of QA part, called not QA, QZ part actually, quality control part, and try to understand the sample because see I have a luxury. I had a luxury, I'm basically managing two segments. One is consultancy, pretty much focus on the food safety and all part, and then there's another organization I'm managing the sustainability part. So I exposed to both. But then when we had an interaction, uh, I didn't see much people know about this kind of situation. Food safety people very much focusing on the food safety part, and then the sustainable people who's coming out from the universities, they are very much focusing on the sustainability. So they have no idea about the food industry. Right. So I don't know, maybe this might be a controversial, the statement that I'm giving, but this is our personal experience because we do a lot of interviews, we select a lot of people, and then we work in industry. So there's no bridge, there's no gap. There's no connectivity. But I think like with this program, we uh, try to at least sort of connect these two. Right. So let's start this. But before I start this, I need to introduce, even though this is there are positives, negatives when we do this kind of program, right? When you do online program, see, this is the risk management part. When you do online program, the program cost will be very low, and then there can be I can address a lot of people, and then of course you don't need to worry about the we call motion losses, right? Basically, you don't need to travel. You can stay home or you can stay in your boarding place. You can participate, right? So only you need to allocate your time only. Like even for me, is same. If I had to come and deliver this program in Peradeniya, so I might need to travel last night, right? Because I need to make sure I'm fresh for the program, and then that traveling cost, uh, time. But today, you just start maybe 1 hour ahead, and then you deliver it. So those are the positive things. And then in terms of sustainability, I believe if you started to talk about, I'm going to talk about this not that detail, carbon footprint. Say amount of carbon dioxide or relevant gas emission, right? We call GHG, greenhouse gas emission. Okay, tell me how many of you know about the GHG? So you can go to this Teams. How many of you know about the greenhouse gas? My mic has mute. Right. Tim, you can hear me, right? Yeah. How many of you know about the greenhouse gas?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yeah. There was I think it was a mute. How many of you know about the greenhouse gas? Yeah. Tell me, you can go to this reaction and then say, okay, if you know about this, you can say yes. How many of you know about the greenhouse gas? Yep. Tell me. So nobody knows about the greenhouse gas. So that's the challenging. Seriously? Professor, we might have a serious concern, right? So we need you need to include, I think, like one lecture session for greenhouse gas. So is there anyone who, okay, all right, I'm getting feedback. I got a bit surprised initially. So we have like, how many of you know? Okay, Adishwar, right? Okay, Adishwar, you said, okay, carbon dioxide, CFC, CH4. Yeah. So there are people who knows about greenhouse. Right. Yes. Okay, great. So like, if you do this program physically, there will be like 100 plus people. You have to travel, right? So then when you do your like, the what do you call uh, public transport, the amount of diesel, petrol will be like, shared. Or otherwise, if you use by bike vehicle, then that will be like huge. So amount of greenhouse gas emission for this particular program, if you do 100 plus people, that will be huge. But when you do online, right, only your electricity, that will be minimum. So this program is, of course, is a sustainable program. Why? We are not putting a lot of greenhouse gases for this particular program, right? And there are some negative side. What are the negative side? Because I can't see you all. I don't know what you do right now, right? So maybe you might be doing something else. You just turn it on, and then maybe you involve with some other work, or maybe there can be some distraction coming from your like house or wherever you are, right? So those can be some negative point. So what we try to do is like take the positive, and then negative. I'm not going to talk throughout the day, so there will be an interaction. So right now you already started that. So you started to communicate with me using the chat. You can turn your mic, you can speak. That's fine with me. And at the same time, I think there was a group, WhatsApp group. You can use that group. You can use that group to communicate with me, right? So those are the communication methods. So then we will be basically maintaining the positive feedbacks, right? So we try to maintain the positive feedback and then communication. Right now, let me understand. How many of you are coming from industry? How many of you are like, from the universities? Tell me like the composition. What would be your, like, if you're coming from industry, just tell me like what industry you are coming from. So for me, I can take the example from the particular industry because we'll be working in the industry, right? Like last maybe 25 years, I'll be working in the industry. So even like, we have been working around like almost 800 plus industries in Sri Lanka and the Asia. So I might have a lot of example. I'm not going to divulge the confidential information, which I can't do that. So that is violation of my basic codes, consultancy code, and which I'm not going to do. But I can take the example. I can like whenever like if you are said okay, I'm coming from milk industry, I'm coming from like tea, whatever, or maybe plastic packaging manufacturing. So I might able to take example, and then that will be useful for others as well. Okay, can you just like use the chat, both chat, and then indicate like are you coming from industry, or maybe people from industry, you can turn in your mic and like you can mention okay, I'm coming from this particular industry before we start the program. Yeah. So can I get like 10 feedbacks? So we have about 120. So I'll do like 1% sample and then take a conclusion based on that. So this is basically we call a QC method. Okay. So we have a Adishwar from NGO Food Security Projects. Interesting, Adishwar. Thank you. Okay, Fatima from university. So we have two samples. So now it's 50%. So we like Adishwar, I'll basically consider you as you are coming from let's say the consultancy background, like basically you are helping to the industry, right? And then university. Okay, what about others? So I have 50-50. Now if I do based on sampling, I'll consider like 50% of your from industry, 50% from, okay, now it's changed. Now it's changed. Okay, now other I got another four, 1, 2, 3, 4 from university. So 1% from five from university, six from university. Okay, 6 to 1, 7 to 1, 8 to 1. Right. 8 to 1, 9 to 1. All right. Okay. 10. All right. Okay. So can I conclude like maybe uh less than 5% from industry and then all others from university, right? So I had to basically take the generic example. Right. Okay. Yep. Is that true? Okay. Because sometimes when we do the program, when I started to take the example, sometimes people might say, okay, I'm also coming from like, ice. So there was a, I did the sampling and then university students were saying, okay, I'm from university. And uh, then in between, somebody said, okay, why don't you take example from ice cream? I said, okay, I don't, there's nobody from ice cream. So then the person said, okay, I'm coming from ice cream industry. So if you are coming from industry, please, because then that will be useful. I can open the dialogue. Okay. So I'll say predominantly people are from the university. Okay. So now we have a problem. So now what we're going to do? But inside the university, there's a one food manufacturing facility. Can you guess what it is? Inside the university, there's one food manufacturing facility is there. We love that place. What is that place? Yeah. So any university, right? It can be Peradeniya, it can be any other university. So you have a one place they manufacture food. What is that place? Yeah, canteen, right? You're spot on. Yeah, you love that place, right? Everybody love that place. So canteen is there. So canteen is a food manufacturing place. So now I think we'll take few example, industry example, but our basic the sample would be canteen, right? So we'll take canteen as our basic sample. I believe everybody is familiar with the canteen, right? We love the canteen food, right? Yeah, right. So you love it, right? Is it? Don't you? Right? We love the canteen food, right? So we want that, right? So let's take sample as a canteen throughout the journey, right? Okay. Now, since majority are from the university, yeah, right. If you are coming from industry, just let me know. I might be able to take the example. Now, let me get back to the topic. So today we are going to discuss food safety as well as compliance, traceability, and sustainability. So end of the day, you should be able to understand the basic food concept, that is GMP hazard requirement, and then what are the compliance requirement, including GHG, greenhouse gas, right? What do you mean by traceability? How to do the traceability in a modern way? See, when we joined the industry, when we want to do a mock recall, right? Uh, we call it mock recall. If it is actual recall, mean you need to bring the product back. But when we want to do a mock recall, it was a very tedious task for us. Why? Everything all are in the documents form, right? So you need to go back to take the files and then you need to do analysis. So it's a serious task. But right now, with the technology, we are going to discuss about the blockchain and all concept, right? With those technology, traceability is very simple. Say now, if you identify this, if you bring a product from DHL or whatever the supplier, you can trace back, right? You can trace back where your parcels are. Now, in the food industry or non-food industry, like especially cosmetic and those industries, they are using this technology. So let's learn that part. So that is about the traceability and the sustainability. Industry cannot sustain without considering the sustainability factors, right? So there are guidelines given that for that guideline, even food industry need to adhere, right? Let me go through. Now, why food safety is very important, right? There are so many challenges. I think in the initial discussion also introduction, we were discuss about that, right? So there are food safety issues are there, compliance issues are there. Then transportation, there's an issue. Now, due to war, see if you are working in industry, right now industry is having a lot of issues because of the ingredient. Because in Sri Lanka, what we do is we manufacture, right? We don't have a lot of raw materials. Say, for example, even primary packaging, right? If you want the primary packaging, because all the food product basically goes to the primary packaging, right? The materials are coming from this Gulf region. Now, due to these blockages and the war situation, there are serious concern and the prices has gone up, right? But you need to maintain the quality. And sometimes when you agreed on a particular prices, you can't change that, right? So any industry, you are basically thinking about the bottom line because industry need to make profit. Whether it's a food or non-food industry, you need to make a profit for the sustainable future. If you don't make profit, what will happen? What will happen if you don't make profit? Industries. See, now you are heading to the industry, right? Now tell me, if your industry doesn't make profit, what will happen? So you're working for organization. And if that particular organization doesn't make profit, what will happen? Ethical profit, right? So not the unethical profit. So the sustainability, we are going to discuss that part as well. So if you don't make profit, what will happen to the industry? They had to close down the industry. Even in Sri Lanka now, there are serious concern. There are some like I know like you will be like, you need to be aware about what is happening in the industry, right? So there are companies who listed companies. Listed mean like you're in the stock market. These are non-food industries. But now they are declaring they are bankrupt. So this is the worst situation. It's a huge industry. They declare they are bankrupt. Right? So now what happened? People who work, they have to go for a loss, and people who invested in the industry, they are losing their investment because when they declare the bankrupt. So there are a lot of food companies we call as a PLC companies, right? When you select the industry, just make sure, right? So we need to make sure, like when you talk about the sustainability, we talk about the triple bottom line. We consider the environment, we consider the people, we consider the profit, right? Organization need to make a certain amount of profit for them to sustain. Otherwise, you can't go for an investment. So as a student, like when you are like you are heading to the industry, just come up with that kind of a mentality also, right? When you do the work in the industry, the reject, rework, right? All can be will directly impact to your bottom line. So come with that as well. And then we need transparency, information, and the sustainability. Then trusted. Trust is the main issue, right? Because now we are going to discuss a little bit about the other standard, BRC and FSSC standard. Don't worry, I'll be basically touching those as well. So they are started to talk about vulnerability and the threat. See, when you do a codex HACCP analysis, I believe HACCP is part of your university curriculum. You know how to do the HACCP. So you try to identify chemical, physical, microallergens, right? Based on the process. Now, imagine if somebody try to do a purposefully, try to put something into your food product, what are you going to do? How are you going to identify? Now, let me ask this question from you. Right. See, you are like you'll say you are a QA person or production person or R&D person, like you're working in industry, right? Food industry. Right. You have a good HACCP system and system is perfect. Right. But competitor somebody sends someone to put something into your product, say bacteria or like just simple example. Somebody try to put a metal piece into your a food product. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? So now you are industry, you are in charge of QA or you are in charge of production. So there's a chance somebody might put like metal pieces or metal the knife, part of the knife into your food product. What are you going to do? How are you going to prevent this? Guys, I need answers. I believe my question is clear to you, right? So you are in a food manufacturing area. Say, for example, you are in a canteen. You are in charge of the canteen, right? So now, somebody try to put stone into your rice. So whenever you eat like rice, and there will be stone. So that's the sabotage. Somebody try to sabotage it. So now, how are we going to prevent this? How are we going to prevent this? Go back to your home. Like, consider your kitchen as a kind of like, food manufacturing place, right? And then somebody is making a price, right? Like, batu, right? So then when you make like someone try to put something into it, some like uh, stone or whatever. And then when people started to consume, like that will be create a big issue. Okay. So that report to Rafna, like, report to police is fine. That's the that like, uh, that's what you call it, report to police. That if you know what happened, right? But that will be the outcome. But as a food safety person, what are you going to do? Right. Okay. Purnima, excellent. So you basically make sure unauthorized person. Right. So these are the basic things. See, now your thinking has to be shifted from food safety to food security. Imagine like, now we only started to talk about the kitchen. Say if you are exporting product into some other country, they are very concerned because that particular country people will consume your food. Imagine if there's a contamination in that food, that will be a serious scenario. So that's why all the multinational people will like focus on that. Now, Prasanthi, complaint to management. So management hired you to control this. Now what are you going to do? Prasadini, you can't complain to management, right? See, now this is the difference. When you come to when you are in the university, when you are in the university, right? If something goes wrong, you can go and talk to your lecturers. They will help you. But when you come to the industry, like there's nobody. You can't go and complain. They will say, I hired you just to solve the problem. So give me the solution. So it's totally different, right? So don't expect this from the industry. Yeah, right. So complain to management, that's out. You can't complain to management. You should communicate to the management, but you need to find out the root cause. So now my question is, what are you going to do? Now, see, now, like Purnima said, where's Purnima? So Purnima said, okay, let me control the kitchen. Only authorized person are available in the kitchen. If something goes wrong, those people are responsible. So you maybe have a biometric access, right? I mean, like you can't put a security guard there, right? So you see, these are modern problems. So modern problem need to have a modern solution. So you need to have a biometric access. So people who are authorized to go to the kitchen, they will put their fingers, go inside the kitchen. If something goes wrong, you can catch all five people, and then like who said give it to the police? Who is that? Who said that is not there? Who said send it to the police? Somebody said, right? So then you can hand over those people to the police. That's fine, but you need to have a control. So now you know the industry required, right? The world required, right? So complaint management, this is wrong, right? This is wrong. You can't post the production and investigate. Agreed, fully agreed. If you identify if there's a complaint, you post the production and investigate. You make sure like you are not giving it to the customer, right? So you have to maybe do a recall, right? Check every process. Yes, we need to do a check every process. Right. Now, I think like, you have a slight idea what is the expectation, right? So there's a ESG, like, environmental, social, and governance. We need to read. I'll just basically explain that part, right? And then there will be an export demand, right? Like from the industry to do a digital transformation. Say, for example, now if somebody is buying product from you, Japan or Australia or maybe USA. USA also there are so many requirements, right? If they buy this product from you, they would like to see the traceability. But even if you're finishing your product, put into the container, and then they would like to see the container movement as well. They want to know the container seals, whether seals is properly there, or maybe if somebody remove the seal, right? So the buyer need that information, right? So when you started to talk about food safety, they go up to that particular level, right? So we are sending product to like, USA, there's a special requirement called CTPAT, it called Customer Trade Partnership Against Terrorism. It's a very tough standard, right? Like, you need a lot of technology, right? You need GSP mapping as well about the trucks, right? So those are kind of a requirement, right? So these are the basic challenges. Now, like, the industry expectation is beyond what we learn about the hazard, right? So now I believe like, PGIA try to bridge this gap. That is really appreciated because like, you learn all the hazard, all the requirement. Somebody said I can't hear the audio. What about others? Tushmija, right? What about others? Can you hear me, guys? Low signal. Okay. Is it some said the Purnima said audible? I'm actually using the dongle that is normally very powerful. What about others? So guys, are you okay? All others okay. Bashini, am I audible, right? Okay, it's clear. All right, okay. Uh, Tashmija and Hassan, what are you gonna do now, guys? Are you okay? Like, maybe you might need to, if you are using the phones and all, like, or maybe Wi-Fi. Are they like it's due to the cloud situation also there can be some issues, right? Hasnat said audible but not clear. What we gonna do? But others is clear, right? The voice is
Yes, Mr. Rasta, voice is clear.
clear, right?
Yeah.
Let me turn off the camera. Like, let's see. Is it okay now? What about the people who like, I turn off the camera now. Is it more clear now? Or maybe you don't want me to, you don't want to see my face, right? I don't know, like, okay, Hasna said better, right? Okay, now, Hasna doesn't want to see my face. Okay, I'll turn off the camera, but in time to time, I need to see my face, so I'll turn on. Is better now, team? The people who said like, it's not audible is good. Hasna is okay. What about Tashmiji? I'm sorry, like, pronunciation is pretty bad, I think. Is it okay now when I turn off the camera? Team, is it good? Right, let's continue. I don't know, maybe because of the weather condition and all. Okay, so now let's move into this next one. So there are some global challenges, right? So there will be a climate change, right? And then there will be a food fraud, uh, and then there are emerging pathogen threats, right? And then there will be a supply integrity issues, and then supply chain complexity, like because of the war and all situation, right? And then there are digitalization, and then there will be a global sourcing. Like, some organization, what they do is like, they buy product from all over and they do a packing, right? Say, for example, now, if you consider some countries, right, like, Middle East countries, they don't have any fruits, right? They don't have any crop, like, but they have the biggest manufacturing plant, right? Like, biggest manufacturing plant. What they do, they buy product, the raw material from all over the country, all over the world. Unfortunately, like, those places, like, they're not buying from Sri Lanka. They buy from some other countries. Why? So when you started to work with the global customers, right? They don't buy most of the product. They might not buy from Sri Lanka, like especially vegetable, fruits and all. they're not buying from us. I mean, like, there are some quantity, but it could have been better, right? So Sri Lanka being an agriculture country, our export has to be much more than this, right? But a lot of people, they're not buying from us. So what do you think? Why they are not buying? Why they are not buying? So this is first time you heard like somebody saying, okay, a lot of exports guys, like, they're not buying from Sri Lanka? Or like you think like, everybody will want us to produce and they are waiting for our to, but no, our quality is good. Our quality is good. Our quality is actually good. Quality, taste, everything is good. Why they're not buying from us? Actually, our quality is really good. But why they are not buying? Even now, I'm saying quality is good. Why not? Competition? Yeah, anyways, there will be a competition. But why they are not buying? Why they're not buying? But in attitude, yeah, we might have a problem with the attitude. That's fully agreed, right? That's fully agreed. Uh, Branding and marketing. Yeah, I think Hansa, is you are there, right? Global certification requirement is not there. There are chemicals, but we don't have a proper packaging. Mainly issue is the packaging and the size of the product, right? See, these industries, they expect different kind of a packaging as well as the size. So we are not considering those factors. So they buy from some other areas, right? So these are like kind of a question we need to answer. And then the other main part is uh, yeah, procedure can be there, and then the transportation. Say for example, now we have like where there are very closest countries. So when we ask Sri Lanka, we have a lot of watermelon, and we see during the season there will be like huge loss. I believe you might have a lot of data about this, right? I'm not the correct person to talk about all this data, but there could be some losses, due to overproduction. But there are countries who need watermelon, but our method of transportation is very expensive because you need to put into the container and then send container sent to the ship, right? So the damage presentation is very high. But some other countries, what they do is they have boats, right? So they transfer using the boats, right? So then I'm like the rejection level is very low, and the cost is very cheap. So compared to us, because we are sending through the containers, and then the cost is huge, and then they are sending through the boats. Right. So these are like kind of a situation. So good process. Yeah. 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 Definitely. We'll agree. Right. Yeah, middle fees also high. Yeah, that can be the part of it, right? So the main problem is like, these people, what they do is they buy product, they pack it, right? They pack it and send it with the fantastic outer packaging, right? People love it, right? So the global sourcing. Now, some organization like, they become that kind of a situation. Now in Sri Lanka, the tea is our major export, right? But in tea sector, if you sending agreed Purnima, low knowledge about the post office, yeah. See, if you send product through tea, if you have to send tea from from Sri Lanka, right? So there will be a certain requirement. So otherwise you can't use Ceylon tea logo as well. But some people, what they do is they use the bulk and then they mix it. Not in Sri Lanka, right? They use other countries. They mix with other tea, and then especially the Indian tea. You don't get the same flavor, same liquor, right? But they mix it, get a blend, and then pack it and sell it. Right? The prices are totally different. Right. So we became a country who provide the raw material, right? But we are not giving the value-added product. So the money is where you have the value addition. So this is very important part we need to remember, right? So this global sourcing, right, with the AI, digitalization. You can identify all the information. See, this is one. I don't know, like have you heard about this? Maybe Bashini or somebody can help me. See, now AI has gone into the level there's a one AI tool which we have not even purchased that because we are concerned about the data accuracy, right? Data accuracy mean data privacy part. There are legal requirements. So with that AI tool, you can check all buyers' information with the volumes, right? That's a bit challenging, right? So you're sometimes you might say, for example, you are considering you are an exporter, right? You're like export volume, quantities, and your suppliers. You keep it as a kind of a like very highly confidential information. But with this AI tool, you can see if it is Halcyon is an exporter, you can see your supplier quantity, when was your last time production produce the information. You can use that. So this information is like now readily available, so this can be a challenging for the food industry, right? So the competitor can buy this information, and then of course they can challenge, right? So these are kind of a challenges we are facing right now. See, not only the GMP HACCP, of course we need to make sure GMP HACCPs are in place. So that's why I'm basically touching those requirements. But there are much more challenges you will be facing as an industry expert when you're joining into the industry, right? So get ready for that. Now let's move on. Now you can see, there are requirements, compliance, meeting global structure, right? Meeting global structure, standard and regulation. So this is one area. So this can be your HACCP, your ISO 22000, FSSC 22000, BRC, IFS. So these can be like your compliance requirement. So these will be like very basic requirement. Without this requirement, you can't sell. First question, if you want to sell your product to the multinational or the global market, they will ask, what is your certification? You need to provide the certification. Otherwise, there's no move. So it's a go, no go situation. Either you will be doing business with the certificate or without certificate, no business. That's simple. I hope it's very clear to you, right? If you don't have this certification, ISO has a BRC, whatever certification, which is specified by the customer, you need to adhere to this, and then only you will have a chance to start to negotiation with the customer. That is the basic part, right? If you don't have certificate, nothing. But mind you, these are all voluntary. These are not legal requirement, right? Say for example, legal requirement can be if you want to have some product, you need to have a certain certificate. Say phytosanitary certificate is a legal requirement. Without that, you can't export. Even if you export, the particular country, they don't release that product to that country without a phytosanitary certificate. Those are legal requirements. But ISO is not that. It's not kind of a document which you are sending with your customer, customer packaging, right? But this is the customer requirement. So now the customer requirement are very tough. So this is the compliance requirement. And traceability, end-to-end farm to fork visibility. You need to make sure your farm to fork visibility has to be there. So if you're doing your supplier, whatever validation, you need to inform this requirement, right? So say, for example, say if you are using agriculture product, which farm you are collecting it, right? Which farmer? Or maybe when you go back, you can identify the amount of pesticide or weedicide, what they use, right? So those requirement has to be that traceability is very important. Your backward traceability as well as the forward traceability. Backward traceability mean you are a manufacturing company, you go up to a farm, right? And then you have a farm, then you have another processing plant, a transporter, all information has to be there. So that's the backward part. And then the forward mean you are distributing to your distribution channel, how far you can go. Or maybe maybe we call it kind of a silence recall, but you can go for a public recall as well. And then there's a sustainability and ESG integration and circular economy. Now, before I go to the food culture and digital transformation, I'll take a little bit of time to discuss with you about the sustainability, ESG and all. So, team, what do you know about ESG integration? Now, like, a lot of organization, especially like organization who has like listed companies, they are very concerned about ESG reporting. Like, if you take annual reports, right? Uh, how many of you have seen the annual report, organization annual reports? How many of you have seen the organization annual reports? Anyone? It's publicly available information, right? This information has to be publicly available. So if you see publicly quoted companies, you can download the annual report. Right now, just go and check yeah, okay. So Purnima has seen the tea industry. So there are a lot of listed companies in tea, right? So if you see these listed companies, normally those days, it's 100% for the non-technical person, like, the finance people. So they see the profit and loss and all the information. But right now, this ESG part is kind of like mandatory requirement. You need to include your sustainability requirement. So your environment, social, and governance part has to be there as a sustainability reporting. So in your annual report, you need to include all these requirements. So under ESG, we call ESG integration. So I believe, like, even you are coming from food background, you better need to know about a little bit of this sustainability part. So under ESG, basically we call, like, in E means the environment part, right? So here we talk about your carbon footprint calculation. Carbon footprint mean your emission, right? Greenhouse gas emission for the environment, right? I'm not going to go through a lot of details about the greenhouse gas, right? Because, like, because of the greenhouse gas, there will be a lot of issues, right? Like, the climate, there are a lot of climate change, the temperatures are going up, right? Due to this high carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent, right? So those are a lot of problems we are facing right now. So this, you calculate your carbon footprint organization. Even in food industry, there can be a carbon footprint, because imagine if you are using a boiler, right? If you are using electricity, there can be a lot of carbon emission, right? So this carbon emission and energy consumption, right? Food industry consume a lot of energy, right? Because imagine pasteurization. Now you need to do a pasteurization to kill all the germs, right? And it consumes a lot of energy. And then can you cut down the pasteurization step to save the energy? No, you can't do that. Why? Because, like, you need that step. So now you need to go for a most efficient pasteurization mechanism. That's to cut the energy, right? So those mechanisms are there, right? And then water, right? I believe food industry use a lot of water. Say sometimes this water can be part of the food, right? That can be a part of the food. Or sometimes like this will be like using for different. Say now, if you have seen, like, I don't know whether you have visit the industry, like, the carbonated industry, like, say, the beverage industry, like carbonated alcohol or non-carbonated alcohol. If you are using the like the glass bottles, right? The washing process, amount of water they use for the washing process is huge. Is there anyone who has visited the carbonated industry where they use the recycled bottles? I'm like, no. See, all has a repercussion, right? So if you use plastic bottle, PET bottle, that one-time use. So we try to discourage one-time use bottles, right? Yeah, we try to discourage one-time use, right? So that those are single use, because it will be going to the landfilling. So then we are using a glass bottle as a recycle. So you consume it and you send back that bottle. And then again, there will be a washing process. Is there anyone who has seen this kind of a plant? Maybe, like, the carbonated or the carbonated beverage industry, or like, or maybe alcoholic or non-alcoholic. Have you seen? Yeah, so somebody has visited the Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola, have you seen the washer? Purnima, have you seen the washer? Have you seen the washer area? Amount of water they use in the washer. Yeah, so a lot of water, right? And then they use like they are using a normal water line just to clean up because for the Coca-Cola whatever bottle we don't know what are the things you are putting, right? You after consume you even put kerosene, you even put diesel, whatever you do that, right? Normally we do that. So then there should be a proper washing process. So they use a normal water dish and then they use a detergent, then hot, there are they use a lot of water, right? So you can't, I'm like, then that water has to go to the ETP, effluent treatment plant, right? Then again, then they have to purify, then only discharge it. And then in Sri Lanka now, if you go back and check the environmental authority, right? Central Environment Authority, CEA, Central Environment Authority, they change the new acts. Now the Central Environmental Authority acts are very strong, right? Please read this because you will be responsible, right? Please read this. Now acts has changed. Now they are very powerful and is really good, right? They are very powerful, is really good. Now act has been approved by the parliament. So better read this. So you can go to CE site, Central Environment Authority site, and then you can download all the new acts, right? So this is one area. So you talk about water, and then in food industry, waste. Imagine if you're using a fruit manufacturing plant, fruit juice, whatever, right? Uh, and then I forgot to take the example, our canteen, right? Canteen is the best example, the key example. So imagine the dishes and everything. There will be a lot of washing process. Now, if I ask this question, where does this canteen water goes? So you might have a different university people, right? So where does this canteen water goes? Wastewater? Any idea where's the canteen wastewater goes? Because canteen use a lot of water, right? They use the dishwashing and all things they use. And then there will be a lot of waste, right? There can be a food waste, and then there can be a polythene waste, right? All waste. So where this waste goes? So now I have two questions. In canteen, your canteen, the university canteen, where the water goes? Where's the where waste goes? You might say, okay, it goes to municipal, right? Okay, fine. But if you are a sustainable organization, you need to know what happened to your waste, right? And then there should be a mechanism to minimize the waste as well. Say, for example, if you consider in your canteen, food waste would be like, say, per day, what would be the number of kilograms? We'll say 12 kgs, right? So food waste can be 12 kgs. So can you cut down? So there should be a mechanism to cut it down. And the other plastic polythene. So first you need to monitor the waste, right? So this can be a waste, and then there can be a plastic reduction. Now I think the what do you call the straws and all, people are not very much using it. And then we need to consider about the biodiversity, of course. Why biodiversity? Say for example, now if you want to set up a plantation, new plantation. Now, we'll say some of you have been hired by a company, right? Most of you are coming from agriculture, and they will say, okay, I need to set up a plantation. And then they will say, okay, give a plot of land. What are the things you are going to be looking into? They will say, okay, let's set up a manufacturing facility and a plantation. So some buyer, investor come to Sri Lanka and then recruit you as a kind of their project manager. And then your job is to, they identify a land. Your job is to set up a factory and a plantation, right? Now, what are the things you are looking at? So consider the environment factor. What are the things you're looking at in that area? Guys, what are the things you are looking at that kind of site? transport facility, garbage facility, water facility. Yeah, Purnima, agreed. So you look at the transport, whether how can you transport the product, the garbage facilities and water facility. So look at the environment side. So you might consider like waste disposal, how you're going to do the waste disposal, and then of course water. You need to do a study on the water table, and then you need to understand understand what would be the capacity, the water extraction capacity. What else you are looking at? What else you are looking at? You look at the environment side. What else you are looking at? So now we talk about the environmental climate change and all. So think in this line as well. Guys, this training program, we try to change your mindset. Definitely we are touching the food safety part, right? Don't worry. But I need to give that flavor. Okay, the industry need expectation. I believe that's what PGIA also want. That's why they invite us to do this, because we have a interaction with the industry, right? Yeah. So now tell me, what are the things you are looking at? So you look at the transport facility, garbage facility, and water facility. Fully agreed. Purnima, I'm fully agreed. What else? Low people movement area. Agreed, Purnima. What else? What about others? Yeah, Purnima, tell me. Low movement. Why low people movement area? Yeah. What else you are looking at? What else you are looking at? See, imagine like, you're thinking like, this is here at the place free from natural disasters. Fully agreed. Hamesh, Herat, right? Uh, Herat, I'm fully agreed, right? Place free from, see now, Adishwar, what do you mean by other industries surrounded? What do you mean by that? Maybe you can on the mic and talk to me. I'm pretty boring here, like kind of lonely, right? Only I can hear my voice. I would love to hear somebody else's voice also. Yeah, but I'll come back to Hiratyu. Like you have a very nice point. Adishwar, why you said the other industries surrounded? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, because like if we are going to uh, like like uh, compliance with some standards,
Okay.
the location would also take into consider in such uh, cases.
Yeah, Adishwar, I agree with you. I got you. Because see, if what you mean by you and Purnima both side to say, if you have if you set up your factory in an industrial area, you might have some added advantage, right? I'll give example. Say now, if you are setting a factory in an industrial zone, the sound level. Now, Purnima talk about the sound level, right? Factory, you might have a say, for example, if you have a grinders and all mixing machine, it creates some sound, right? So there are legal requirement you need to add here, there are a factory ordinance requirement, say decibel, 85. You can't exceed 85 for 8 hours. Then you have to give PPs. But if you are using boundary noise level, see if it is in a industrial area during the daytime, some industry area it vary. You can go up to 70 decibel. So if your factory is in industry area, right? But if you are not in industry area, this will reduce to 50 or 60. So you have to have a lot of control, right? If you're buying a machine, soundproof machine, is very expensive. Imagine if you are buying a generator, like normal generator, and if you're buying a soundproof generator, almost double. So you can see the difference, right? So this is one area. So like team, and then the low people movement area. See, one Herath has I didn't talk that natural disaster. Say for example, now Herath has mentioned the natural disaster. Say for example, if you are setting a factory where you have flooding situation, right? What will happen during the flood situation? Your factory will be like, you need to stop the production, right? So there are some action people has taken. Now, since we talk about the Coca-Cola, and right, so the Coca-Cola is in a factory is in a area where you have like flooding is very prone area, right? But then again, the people who are into a beverage industry are close into Kalani River, because you can't take the water from the Kalani River. Right? You can't extract water. But the water table, when you're extracting the flow, water table is very rich. So that's why they are still maintaining their factory, right? If you try to move the factory, that will be very expensive, right? So these are the things like, when you work on this kind of project, we are like working on IE, environmental impact assessment, right? Initial environmental assessment. So when you do this initial environmental assessment, you have to get a legal approval from Central Environment Authority or Forest Department, right? So you need to do a lot of studies, like see, one particular project, we need to study basically a last 30 years flood situation, right? Last 30 years flood situation we need to study. And then when you set up a effluent treatment plant, we call ETP, right? Effluent treatment plant, where your wastewater, right? Then I'm like, that's the mechanism you use. Wastewater, you basically clean up, and there's a CE guideline. As per the guideline, you need to discharge. If it is inland water or if it is surface, there are certain guidelines. Your pH, your chemical oxygen demand, COD, BOD has to be maintained based on those requirements, right? So you basically discharge this water, and then as per the this IE requirement, you need to make sure like you study the last 30 years flood situation, and then you need to add another 50%, like then your ETP is on top of that, right? So even if there's a flood situation, right, factory will get flooded, but your ETP is safe. So that's the kind of a requirement under environment. So these are the sustainable requirements, because now the water, like the rain patterns, and we can't predict. There will be so many like flooding situations. So we need to consider that part as well, right? So this, and then of course you miss one thing, the biodiversity, right? So when you're setting a factory, you need to study the biodiversity surrounding area. Maybe there can be an endemic species, right? Especially when you go for tea plantation, right? You might see there are some patches, the small forest patches they maintain, right? Just why that? Because in that particular forest patch, there are very endemic special species are there, right? So this is very important factor, right? This is seriously important factor. You need to consider biodiversity, and of course, sometimes when you set a factory in an area, you try to get the bulk of the workers, the people from the particular area. That is also social responsibility, because see, you try to provide the livelihood for the villagers. Plus, you cut down all the additional costs. Plus, you cutting down all the carbon footprint. Why? If you are getting a people from outside, then you need to provide the transportation. Or they come by their own vehicle. Then, of course, there will be a carbon footprint is going up. But if you're getting a people from the village, that's easy, right? So you need to consider all these factors. Guys, are you got it? Are you in line with me? So give me feedback. I need feedbacks. Are you got it? Yeah, Adishwar, you're clear, right? What about others? Kavindi, what about Kavindi? Fatima, you're good? I need feedback, guys. I need some reaction. See, others, I'm just talking to the screen. Okay, right. Kavishwar, okay, right. You can use this React also, right? Yeah, great. So let's use this. Otherwise, you'll be very boring. Don't worry. We'll get into the case studies, right? We'll get into the case studies now, and then we talk about another area. So these all talk about we all talk about the environment part. What about the sustainability, like the social part? So ESG is second one is the social part. Under social part, you talk about the employee health and well-being, right? Their safety and all kind of a thing. And then fair working condition, right? Human rights. So what do you mean by fair working condition and human rights? Do you have any idea about the human rights? What do you mean by human rights in the factory? So you might wondering why, what is this human right in factory environment? So ESG is that environment, social governance. So there are human rights. But in Sri Lanka, we don't have any issue with the human right, like because now you are getting to the industry, right? So when you're getting to the industry, you need to know about a little bit of factory ordinance rules and labor hours and all like. So like, how many hours people can work per day, per week, per month. So those are kind of human rights. Can someone work almost throughout the 7 days? Right? Like, is there any legal requirement? So you should know about those things, right? ETI mean ethical trade initiatives. So there are some base codes you need to know. And then, like, there should be like in Sri Lanka, like, factory ordinance requirements are there. So you need to have a, like, lunch hour, lunch break, and all break has to be given, right? The safety requirement. If you are working in a high sound area, PPs has to be there. If you are using in a, like, like chemical flashing area, you need to have a safety guards. So the organization has to maintain the safety. And then you guys are getting into the industry as executives and managers, right? So that's your accountability, right? You have to make sure the workers underneath you are safe, right? So these things were there. And then we need to make sure the training and development has to be there, right? And then like, community engagement, like, there are ethical trade partnership, like, there are some standard, right? So that standard will give you like benefit for the community, right? So there will be like kind of a prices goes to the community as well, community improvement. So those kind of a thing. And then, like, customer safety, of course, we are looking at from the hazard. And then supplier labor practice. Now, this is a challenging part. Imagine, now we started to talk about the canteen. So in canteen, what do you think about their supply labor practices? What do you think the supply labor practices? Say, for example, now we have to go beyond our premises. So that is all about sustainability. Like, sustainability is not limited to your organization, right? Beyond that. Say, for example, if I'm running an organization, manufacturing organization, I'll basically run it. And then I outsource some activities. Say, for example, I'm running a, like, like, we'll say some like, spices production. And then I outsource I don't have like, the labor card. I outsource. Now, do you think I need to check whether they have been paid properly, whether they have their ETF, EPF have been reduction properly? Because I'm paying them, I'm paying to the company owner, right? And then whether they are sick leave or medical facilities are given. Do you think like as a company we need to looking into that, or like we don't need to? What do you think? Say now example, now you are working for an organization, and then your workforce is being outsourced from some other organization, but you are paying like, everything to the particular organization. So you are running an organization called Y, and X is your labor supplier. So all the money you are paying for the Y company, right? But then, do you think like you need to check whether the employees have been paid at Y properly, whether their ETF, EPF have been reduced properly, right? Whether they are like the working hours, or whether people are working on a double shift, like, continuously 24 hours. Do you think like you need to check those stuff? What do you think? The under social part. What do you think? What do you think, team? I hope you understand my question, right? What do you think? What do you think? Did you like, say, if you are running your company, and then you outsource the labors, right? I believe like in university, I don't know, maybe your cleaning will be outsourced, or maybe your canteen staff will be outsourced, right? Like a lot of organization, they do a lot of outsource. Your security is outsourced, right? Of course, like, security. So do you think like, you need to know whether they have been paid properly, their ETF, EPF have been deducted properly, whether their leaves all done properly, or like, you say, okay, no, I pay that amount, that's out of my concern. What do you think? What do you think, team? I need feedback. What do you think? Do you need to consider or you don't? See, guys, now like, so getting into the industry is not that easy.
Yeah, I think we need to consider, because at the end of the day, we are like they are working for us, so we need to consider that.
Consider, right? Adisha, you are from NGO, right? So you know about this part, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So this is one key area, right? Say if you are providing funds for some project, Adisha, you are looking into these factors, right?
yes.
Yeah. So what about others? What about others? What do you think? Do you need to consider about this? What do you think about this? I know like this is a quite new area for you, right? I know like, you think HACCP, GMP. Let me come back to that. But this is the expectation. Industry, yeah. Purnima said yes. And then Hansika said yes, yes, you have to consider. And then I just mentioned SMETA, right? There was a social compliance standard, right? If you want to work in any multinational organization in Sri Lanka or overseas, if you want to become a supplier, or if you want to become their co-packer, whoever, if you want to become working with them, right, you need to get this meta certificate. Without this meta certificate, this is a social compliance certificate, right? All the workers are same, agreed, but these are requirement, right, Purnima? So if you don't have this meta certificate, like, you can't work with them, right? Say for example, now there are incidents. These are not non. These are like, non like food industries, but there are big brands, right? So they outsource this brand to some other countries, and not Sri Lanka. So when they outsource into some South Asian countries, they use child labors to manufacture, right? They use child labors to manufacture, right? So imagine using a child labor for the manufacturing plant. No, you can't. You can't use forced labors, right? You can't use forced labor. So these are the requirement under SMETA. So and then of course over time there's a limitation, right? You can't exceed 60 hours, right? You can't exceed 60 hours. So these are requirements. It comes under social. So if you want to work with, even in Sri Lanka, if you want to work with, say, Coca-Cola, or maybe Unilever, or maybe Carlsberg, if you want, or maybe Nestle, if you want to work with them as a supplier or third party, whoever, you need to have a SMETA certificate, right? So without that, you can't do. So you need to show that. And then another challenging part, I believe none of you have faced the ISO or BRC audit, right? So when you face the audit, auditors don't take pictures. In food safety, they don't take pictures. The and main difference is, if it is HACCP and ISO 22000, the audit team will communicate and come for the audit, right? Remember this. But if you go for FSSC and BRC, there's an unscheduled, unplanned audit, right? They come instantly. Like they don't need to communicate. That's a part of agreement. So that's why. So remember this carefully. HACCP, ISO always schedule, plan, audit. It means they will communicate you and do the audit. But BRC, FSCC, there's an unplanned, unscheduled audit. They will all of a sudden they will come and do the audit. Right. So that's the challenging part. So that's why multinational love this. Like, your factory, all of a sudden you will be there. So when you go to the industry, you can't pre-prepare. right? You can't pre-prepare because you have to make sure like, your system is ready at any given time, right? And then under SMETA, they will check your ETF, EPF, everything and the labor hours. And then not only they interview your management team, they interview the workers. Workers mean the blue collars, right? And then they get the feedback from them as well. So they do a lot of interviews with individual. They do a lot of interviews with the group interviews, right? So it's really challenging audit, right? And then they take pictures. They take pictures, right? And then this audit report, see ISO 22000, BRC, whatever report, it will be lies with the company, with you all, right? And then you publicly you give your customer to the certificate, right? So certificate doesn't mention like you have 5, 6 NCs or whatever it doesn't mention there. But in SMETA standard, the report is available with your customer with the pictures. And if you not allow him to take the pictures, that also mentioned, right? So it's dangerous. Now, what do you think about this? I need your feedback. So this is the trend. This is the sustainability requirement in the world right now. This is the sustainability requirement in the industry now. What do you think? I need your feedback. If you want to get into the world, if you want to get into the export market, if you want to get into the multinational market, right? As a food industry, food professional, these are the requirement apart from HACCP and the GMP requirement. What do you think now? What is your feedback? Team, what do you think? Are you like listening to this kind of a requirement for the first time, or like have you heard about this requirement? I believe Adishwara has like, has some idea about it because NGOs, like, if you're working in the industry, you talk about the sustainability as well as the labor laws and all. Yeah, Purnima, this really increases the trust, not only about the food, about the industry, but it's not easy. Yeah, you like this, right, Purnima? This is really good. So, yeah, what about others? Yeah, Adishwar, cost is next concern. So, these definitely will increase the cost. But say, for example, now, if you want to increase the safety of the employee, if there is a requirement for safety shoes, apron and all, like previously you have not done that, right? But you need to make sure that. And then if it's a light level has to be maintained certain level, you need to do. So of course there will be a cost increase at the beginning, but of course you are getting benefit because you are getting more customers, right? So then you can cover it up, right? You can cover it up definitely. Fully agree. There will be a cost increase. Say for example, if you are heavily depend on the overtime, and then you might need to do some changes. You might introduce a maybe shift pattern, like say for example, initially you work on a general shift, 7 to 4:30, and then you are like every day people will work till about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock under overtime. But then now there's a concern, your overtime is very high, right? So then what you need to do is like of course you need to introduce a shift pattern, or you need to bring another crew. Definitely there will be a the cost factor increase. But then again, you get more business. So it's easy. Brand and marketing, labor, working interest, yeah, and the people will love it, right? So this is at the beginning. This will be a challenging, right? This will be challenging, but this will give a lot of benefit, right? Let's move on, right? So now and then of course the other part we'll talk about the leadership policy. We need to have a policy procedures, and then of course corruption. So this is governance part, right? You can't bribe people. So the corruption policy has to be there, and then you can't undercut from the supplier, right? So these requirements will be there, right? And then of course risk management, like sustainability risk, financial risk, people risk, all risk management policy has to be there under governance. And then of course transparent. Your organization has to be very transparent, right? And then like there should be internal compliance. So this ESG part, environment, sustain and governance parts has a big role right now, even in the food industry and non-food industry, right? And then, of course, we need to talk about the food safety culture, leadership, behavior, and ownership. Now, what do you mean by food safety culture? What is this culture thing? What do you mean by culture? So, say for example, now, when we initially work on the HACCP as well as ISO 22000, we are stick to the procedures, right? We are stick to the procedures. But culture is beyond that. Say, for example, now there are different cultures in different universities. Say, for example, if you take Peradeniya, there's a certain culture, but those are universities. They provide higher education, but the way they dress, way they talk, way they behave, right, is a different, right? So this is the culture we talk about. Maybe the canteen area, food. Say some particular canteen has a different culture. Maybe they are wearing head covers. Maybe there are some other areas they don't do anything. So there is a culture, everybody is wearing a uniform, right? And then everybody is washing their hands. So there's a positive culture. So what we need, see, this culture part is not there in the HACCP and ISO 22000. But when it's come to FSSC and BRC, this is very strong area. And when BRC standard, when they introduce the culture, right? They give at least 1 year to develop the culture. Say if you are implementing a procedure, it's very easy. Let me take example, if you take a home, right? Since like lot of people are from the university, your home has a culture, right? Say for example, now dining, lunch, dinner, whatever. There's a culture, right? Say some home, what they do is they will eat in a table, like everybody will be in the table, they eat, right? And then they talk. And then some homes, what they do is they will eat in front of the TV. You watch news, whatever while you're consuming food, you do that. Some they don't. Their culture is people who come first, whatever they eat, right? But you can't say one culture is wrong, right? We can't. But that depend on their connectivity, their organization progress. Their home progress, right? And then so that if any culture is working for the organization for that particular home, you can stick to it, right? I believe you got you got my point, right? Say if you are eating pattern, eating culture is not working in while you are watching the news, then you might need to change the culture. You might say like you are watching the news, you are not communicating, so there's a gap between the family members, so you need to go back. So similar scenario, organization in food industry. Now since we are talking about the food industry, what is our culture? Whether if something goes wrong, do they communicate to the management? Say for example, if they identify there are flies inside the plant, are they going to kill them, or are they going to communicate, so there's some flies here, shall we do something? Or otherwise they don't, they act as doesn't see them, right? So imagine if there's a fly inside your product, goes to export market, entire brand is gone, company is gone, right? So maybe what is that culture? Oh, you have provided all the cleaning facility, hand washing, but people don't use it. That's a bad culture. So I'm going to change it. So those are the things it's required from the culture, right? So this is the culture part, right? And then finally, digital transformation, AI, IoT, smart food system. So we are going to discuss this lot because we are working on one project, say, for example, now CCP, critical control point, everything, we try to uh, do it manually. Like you write it down everything. Say if it is a cold room, very simple example. Now, you try to monitor. Say for example, now in your canteen, I don't think there are any monitoring mechanism, right? Canteen, do you think freezers will be monitored by them? I don't think, right? They're not monitoring, right? Is it? Do they monitor the freezer temperature or those kind of thing? Food outlet temperature, I don't think, right? They are not, but actually we need to do that. So when you start monitoring, initial days, it was you hand write everything, right? But now You have like, GPS system, trackers, everything you can monitor any given time. Even you don't need to be in the particular location. You can monitor. So these are the last options. So this will be the future of the food safety. You need to have a basic compliance, but you are going for a digitalization right now. So this initial part, you start with food inspection. So now I did a sample, right? There are 100 plus people. So I said, okay, give me 10, right? And then I identify one person coming from industry. There are 9 people from university. So my conclusion, say 90%, 90, 98, 95% coming from university. So all my example has to be very generic example. I can't take a lot of complicated industry example. But of course, while I'm going through the program, I understand there are few people who has seen the factories, who have visited the factories. So then I try to like communicate with them, right? So this is the inspection part. So you do inspection, you take the sample, you inspect. You take the sample, you send it to the microbiology lab, they do the coliform yeast moles count, and then they release. Now, see, this is one area. Say if you are into a manufacturing industry, what you can do is like say margarine, food, whatever, you have a lab, and then you take the sample, you finish the batch, send the sample, send to the microbiology, send to the chemical lab, they do the testing part, and then once you get the clearance, you release the product. So it might take 4 days to get the micro result, right? So this is the basic. So you do the initial inspection. Even like when you take the product from a shell, say jam, you take it from the shell and you check it, price and everything. So if there's a label damage, you don't take. You keep it there, you take another one. And imagine if there's a fungus or something grows inside the plant, a product, you try to discard it, right? So these are the basic requirement you check. So these are inspection. It can be a the visual inspection, it can be a organoleptic testing, right? Or maybe a laboratory inspection. So these are the basic. And then they go beyond the next step, the GMP part, good manufacturing practices. So they try to standardize. I'll go into detail. That part is very important because BRC and FSSC standard is very much focusing on the GMP requirement, right? The guidelines. So I'll go into that, right? So then started with the GMP requirement and then work on the HACCP requirement, which we are going to cover. And then comes the ISO 22000 2018 version, right? Now they talk about the PRP or PRPS as well. We are going to do some case studies and then started to talk about the FSSC. So this is GFSI, mean Global Food Safety Initiatives, right? So they go about, you can see the food fraud and food defense and the culture. See, now under hazard, we were basically talking about the system-driven hazard. You try to identify what are the hazards coming from system, the chemical, physical, microallergenic. So now under FSSE, food defense, like, or maybe food fraud. Somebody try to do adulteration. Or maybe somebody try to put something into your product when you go to the export market. How are you going to control that? So that is started to talk about the food security part. And then you started to talk about global standard covering BRC, British Retail Consortium standard. That also comes in line with the FSSC 20,000 requirement. And then you started to talk about digital safety, mass factors, and AI tools, IoT, so which we are going to discuss in the later, right? Now, see why food safety lessons. You can see 600 million people fall in annually from the contaminated food. So these are the WHO requirement, World Health Organization requirement. And then foodborne diseases cause 420 deaths per year globally. So it's lot, 420,000 people death per year globally, right? And then noticeable recalls, Listeria in dill meals, Salmonella in peanut butter. So imagine, this is huge, right? And then E. coli in leafy greens, often due to weak controls, right? So when you take salad, when you take fresh fruit, so there can be E. coli, right? So there, when you analyze the root cause, one is poor hygiene culture, right? So we are talking about the new advanced stuff, but sometimes there can be a very simple reason. Poor hygiene culture, inadequate monitoring, supply failures, productive food safety culture, and leadership commitment and critical prevention. So leadership commitment can be involved with the investment. Sometimes you might need to invest, right? The PPs, you need to invest. That's of course, if you're running an industry, you need to do that, right? That's the investment part, right? And then HSCCP started with 7 industry, right? Okay, now, time is 10:25. Shall we take a small break? I think I basically covered the initial part. Shall we take a 10 minutes break? Tea break? Jimmy, are good? Yeah. So yes. So 10:35 will start. Right. So 10:25, 10:30. Don't go. I just hang on there. 10:30 we'll start with the HACCP and GMP. Yeah. Let's just go around. Take fresh air. I know like you are sitting or sleeping. So change the movement and then come back with fresh, body and all. Yeah. Right. I believe you are back with maybe I don't. There's a luxury, right? You can drink, eat, whatever, whenever you want, right? So when you do the online program, but I need to take breaks. But I think like it's good to go out because your body is keep in one place and listen to this, and then your concentration will go down. But at the initial phase, what I did was I try to cover the basic concept part, and then later on, like we will go through a lot of the case studies, right? Especially like during the this is the second session, and then the after lunch as well. So there are 7 principles in the food industry has up. So now, if you can recall, if I go back to this, where is this? This one. So this is compliance part. We try to cover the compliance part first. We might take a lot of time focusing on the compliance part, right? So this is the hazard 7 principles and 12 steps. So we basically do the hazard analysis, CCP, critical control monitoring, and you do the corrective action, verification and records, and then predictive hazard. So then the AI-driven risk modeling and early hazard detection systems are there. And then like you have internet of things like IoT sensors, real-time temperature, humidity and contamination monitoring. Then you are talking about the blockchain integration, and then CCP record and all. Like so say I'll take one example. uh, I believe like all of you have seen a tea factory, black tea manufacturing factory. Have you seen this? Have you seen the black tea manufacturing?
Yes, sir, of course.
You have seen, right? I believe like so you have seen the black tea. So in black tea manufacturing facility, the main concern, there are main areas. Can you tell me like what are the main the processes in black tea? Before I go to the next one, I need to give this example. When you go for like this is where we try to work currently. This is a kind of a ongoing project for us. So we are working with some technical team because you need IT support, right? So we are working on this particular project quite some time, but it's not going on the way we want, and it's not very fast track project. There are a lot of red tapes, so that's why it goes slow. But we are working on the concepts. Everything is there. The program has been developed. So tell me, like in black tea manufacturing facility, orthodox, right? What is the key processors? Withering, rolling, fermentation, drying, sorting, packing. Agreed. Purnima, add incoming also. Other than that, everything is perfect, right? Other than that, everything is perfect. Add incoming. So there are a few critical requirements. Now, if I take a black tea, right? If you take the incoming, what are the quality parameters you need to check, and how you check this? Now, my question: what are the key quality parameters you need to check incoming, and how you're going to check this? Same with withering. Harvesting tea leaves, yeah. Harvesting, Purnima, don't go into harvesting. I'll stop at, like you need to identify the boundary. So my boundary is tea manufacturing facility. If I go to harvesting, that will be another challenging part, right? So I don't go into harvesting part. So I'll stop not going to harvesting. So I'll uh, Sijana, taste color is the outcome of the final tea, right? My question is, yeah, Purnima, fresh leaf, 80% of the moisture. Now, tell me, harvesting heating temperature color? Yeah, Tashani, right? Tashani, heating temperature and color, what do you mean by color? So we'll go by one. Right now, my question is tea receiving. You are getting a green tea from the plantation. So Purnima said, yeah, fully agree, Purnima. fresh leaf, it has to be 80%. I know like you have to have 2 buds and those kind of things, right? 80% of the moisture. So how do you check the moisture level in tea? My question, how do you check the moisture level of the tea? So when you receive, like you have seen the plant, right? So how do you check the moisture level of the tea? No, no, no. So you don't have moisture meter reference level. Have you seen moisture meter in the tea plantation, instant moisture meter? We have seen this in the wood industry, right? Wood industry, if you are into a wood and all, like, of course, they have a instant moisture meter. You, place it and you get the meter. But I have not seen a moisture meter in a tea industry. Have you seen? It's so hand feeling, right? Somebody like some experienced person there, he will no way, oven, no way. But you see the moisture, they have you seen an oven inside the tea factory? Yeah,
Yes,
lab
sir.
experience. Yes, squeezing, right? Lab experience. So that's it. That's it. Here are the agreed, right? I don't know what you mean by water condition, but they squeeze and say, okay, moisture is this. And then like, the good thing is they paid based on that as well. Yeah. So that's, and then when you do a withering, what would be the moisture level? How do you measure the moisture level? Of course, withering plant, I have seen there are thermometers. They place thermometers. Can they place mercury thermometer? In the withering plant, they place thermometer just to check the temperature, right? I agree. But can they place the mercury thermometer? No, they can't. So, I agreed, right? They can't place mercury thermometer, right? RH level you may monitor. So they have to place at least alcohol, or maybe now there are now thermocouples are there. You don't even like now if you even place a glass, there's a glass contamination, right? You need to worry about that. But there are thermocouples. Now, see, I don't want to go beyond that, right? So this is very simple example. So the technology what we are using is now, see, uh, you take the sample, you squeeze and okay, with your hand feeling, you say, okay, this is 80%, 70%, this is 85, 90, I need to cut down the volume, cost, right? Because you have more moisture, you add water, right? So these are like, how much you know oven drying? Tamash, tell me one factory you have oven dried, tea factory? I don't think even if you ask from a tea officer or whatever, whoever, like, they have not even seen oven. I don't think, right? I don't think, right? So I'm not talking about your laboratory. Um, sorry?
In the TRI, they have oven drying for the with the leaves.
Yeah, but that is TRI, right? That's the Tea Research Institute.
Yeah, research.
I'm talking.
Yeah.
So do you think like everybody tea factory will send the sample to TRI?
No, 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 sir, no, sir.
Yeah, so I'm talking, see, TI is a tea research institute, they do a research, right? And then they have oven everything. Your lab has oven, but I'm talking about the tea manufacturer, black tea manufacturer. Do you think like they have oven? They don't have oven. But imagine like, TRI doesn't send a sample to, they don't do export. You don't do exports, but actually the plantation, they do the export, right? There's a big gap. There's a big gap, right? So somebody touched the leaf and then they will say, okay, this is the moisture level with experience. It can be right, it can be wrong, right? So this is where we use the technology. And then other countries, Kenya and all, now they are coming very strong in the tea industry, but they use the technology. So what we did was like, this particular pilot project, we try to identify the analyzers, auto analyzers. So they have their equipment, they analyze the moisture level in the tea. So you have to put the sample and they will analyze. And then there are auto analyzers, they manage the wind speed, the temperature, everything of the withering area. Right? Automatically it will control the fans, right? The wind speed and all. But right now in our tea factories, we don't have that. So this will be a kind of investment we are need to implement, but then you will get a same quality tea. Right? So this is where you use the technology, right? Copy and technology. So you try to use the technology, right? So this is and then you have like, you have a dashboard. You can see the temperature, withering, everything. Otherwise, what you need to do, like when you go to the tea factory, when you try to do a HACCP or whatever program there, you have a lot of books. You have to refer. And then when you want to do a data analysis, you can't analyze data. Why? All are in a written book. So now I took one example, but there are industries, right? You have like, you computerize everything. And if you go to like, now since you talk about the Coca-Cola factory. Now, if you go to Coca-Cola factory, everything is controlled by the PLC system, right? I think like Purnima said you visited the Coca-Cola, right? Yeah. Purnima, you said like you visited, right? Purnima, you are there? Yeah. So Purnima visited the Coca-Cola factory. So you didn't see much of the people, right? See, if you see a tea factory, there will be a lot of manual operation. But if you go to a Coca-Cola factory, there won't be that amount of manual operation. Why? Because all controlled by the PLC, all controlled by the software system, right? And then their quality, taste, everything will be same. But if you take the tea factory, if you take the liquor, right, and then their quality will be vary sometimes. Even within the tea factory, their tea liquor, tea quality will be vary, and then you will get a price based on your outcome. But imagine if you invested on a technology, and then if you can get the same quality liquor, tea liquor taste, and then you have a even price. You can basically forecast, right? So with the technology, you can do this part, right? Let's move on. Now, now we are going to do the HACCP workshop. So we need to identify the biological, chemical, and physical and allergenic hazard, and then identify the critical control point, right? And then we are going to apply the 7 principles of the hazard study, right? Now, let's move on. Right. Now, before we go for hazard, right, team, before we go for hazard, we need to understand the GMP. We call good manufacturing practice. These are the basic compliance part. See, if you don't have a GMP, there's no way you can get any of the certificate, right? Remember this. Say, we talk about BRC, we talk about FSSC, we talk about ISO 22000, all other standard we talk about. If you don't have a GMP, there's no way you can apply for this certification, right? That is very critical. So if you are a new employee or joining with a new organization, or maybe you are working to set up a new factory, first thing what you need to do is like, you have to make sure GMP requirement, whether it can be a big factory, it can be a small factory, it can be a small kitchen, like, your canteen could be one example. So first thing we need to check whether the GMPs are there. Now, I believe like you can remember your canteen environment, right? Because we don't have time to go for that. So when you do so there are program we do like, HACCP level 3 and all kind of a thing, right? Even hotels, resort and all like industries. So when you do this industry workshop, the physical workshop, right? It's a 2-day workshop. We will actually go to the site and check everything, right? So very interesting. Especially this will be very interesting when you develop a process map as well, right? So but now since we are doing online and we don't have much time, because within like one day we have to cover a lot of areas. Let memorize, like, you recall your canteen environment, or maybe you can recall your kitchen as well. I don't mind, right? You can do the GMP for your kitchen, or maybe the factory environment. Maybe Abhishwar, you can like, take one example from your client, but don't mention the name, right? Maybe you can take that. So I'll help you right now with the case study. Now let's go one step by one step. So when you go for GMP, there are 4 areas we are going to cover. One is we basically cover the facility, equipment, warehouse, people. So this GMP requirement has to be there before you implement hazard or like vulnerability study or threat assessment, right? So without GMP, don't try to do a hazard. Say, for example, if your canteen is full of flies and if there's no fly prevention mechanism, your infrastructure is open doors and everything is open, and don't do hazard for that particular the canteen. Right, what you need to do is that you have to make sure, okay, you need to prevent flies. You need to have a door, curtain, window has to be covered, and then if you need to open the windows, you need to have a the mesh where flies cannot come in, and then there should be a fly catcher. So when you don't have flies, okay, then it's time to go for the hazard study, right? I believe you understand this point, right? So you can't do together. GMP and HACCP, you can't do together. You have to make sure you complete all the GMP requirement, cover it, and then go to a HACCP. Remember this, right? GMP implementation has to be complete first. Team, remember this. GMP implementation has to be complete first, then you go for the other. So under GMP, you talk about HACCP, you talk about equipment, you talk about warehouse, you talk about people, right? So you talk about all these requirements you basically talk about, right? So your facility, equipment, warehouse, people, and then of course, you started to work on the cleaning and sanitation. So facility has to be clean and sanitized. Equipment has to be clean, sanitized. Warehouse has to be clean, sanitized. People has to be clean, sanitized. So these are the basic requirements. Let's go deeper. Right now, under facility, selection of site, environment around the site, layout of the site plan, design and construction. So this is very important, right? Selection of site mean see, if I take this one example, now somebody is setting a factory, say fruit juice factory, because you need to extract water, right? And then now since you started to talk about the drinking water, like carbonated and uncarbonated juice factory, so you have to water extraction. You identify a good location, but close by the next factory is we'll say you have a slaughterhouse, piggery, or we'll say piggery is there, right? Now you identify a location. What do you think about these two locations? So you're going to set up a factory, uh, drinking water factory, right? You are drinking water, and a carbonated water factory, drinking water plus and then carbonated juice, whatever. Now next door is a piggery. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Next door is a piggery. What do you think? Team, what do you think? Yeah, sure, possible contamination with water, because there is a high chance that product can be product can be leak, right? So there's a high chance, right? Uh, what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What about the smell? If there's a piggery, like, okay, I agreed, water contamination can be there. What about the smell? What about the airborne contamination? Yeah. What about the airborne contamination? So agreed, possible water contamination. What about the airborne contamination? So you need to think this very much, right? And then of course, I'm like, see, guys, now you have maybe a knowledge about the technical knowledge or the academic knowledge, but when it's come to industry, you need to know how to blend with the industry requirements. So I'll try to take a lot of example where you get this knowledge, right? So when you go to the industry, you will remember like, okay, there can be this kind of a requirement. So maybe the smell. And then like, say, for example, now you have a factory, say again, like fruit juice, whatever the factory you are going to set up, but surrounded by a mango plantation. Right now, you don't need to worry about the smell or you don't need to worry about the water contamination. You have a fruit juice plant, the water plant, but it's surrounded by the mango plantation. Now, what do you think? Guys, what do you think? Now, what do you think? There's a mango plantation. Yes, when you have a mango plantation, what would be the problem? Yeah, Adishwa said pest control. Yeah, yeah, Adishwa, during the crop season, right? During the crop season, what will happen? Crop season, there can be an insect. A lot of insects will be there, right? So then you have a water plantation, fruit juice plantation. What happen is they will get the same smell. They will attract to the plant, right? So you might have a problem. So you need to consider all these factors, right? And then environment around the site, layout of the site. So layout means you have a any site we call unhygiene area, hygiene area. Say for example, if it is a water plantation, fruit juice plantation, you bring all the raw material, fruits, right? So and then your cleaning area, that will be like kind of an unhygiene area. And then you peel it off. And then after peeling and all, it will be has to be very hygiene area until it goes to pasteurization, packing, and go up. So this is layout. So you should not have toilets and all this in the requirement, right? And then how you do the design construction. Say, for example, if it is wet flow area, so you need to make sure you tile wall has to be tile, it should be washable. Or if it is a tea product, dry product, right? Moisture is about like 4 5 something, so you don't need to go into that level because it's the entire process is a dry process. So if it is a meat, then of course you need to consider, right? So all factors we need to identify, selecting the site right now. And then construction and layout. So when you construct layout, environment, location, building design, prevent contamination, internal design, your output, your traffic pattern, your people has to have a separate inflow. If you have a gully, you need to have a separate gully system. And then smooth, cleanable surface has to be there. And then internal structure, fitting, you can't have lot of complicated structure. And then proper flow, people, raw material, products. So you should not mix up everything. So there should be a proper way to people should come and those areas has to be there, right? See. Yeah, Purnima, I think for the plantation, right? You said pesticide can be, and Dishani said fruit flies, like pest attack must control organic manure should select without any contamination. Yeah, that would be the plantation for the area. Yeah. So then these are like construction or layout side, right? And then if you have a laboratory inside your facility, right? So then laboratory facility should not directly expose to the production area. It should be a separate, and especially if you have a microbiology lab, it should be a separate area. And then there should be a separate area for food items, packing items, ingredients, and kind of thing. So if it is a kitchen, you should not mix the raw material and packing material. Say, for example, now, say if you have a meat, right? If you keep the same meat in the fridge, with the raw meat, what will happen? Because the cooked meat, it goes to a killing step, heating process, kill the bacteria, whatever available. And then raw meat, you have initial load. What happen if there's a contamination? So I'm like, there's a contamination amount you consume, right? So these are like, the requirement we need to cover. Right now, we're going to start with the first case study. Now you're going to conduct initial inspection of facility GMP requirement for your organization, developing gap analysis. So now, based on this requirement, let me go back. Selection of the site, environment, layout. Now you think of your canteen now. So think of your canteen or your home kitchen, right? Layout, design, and everything. Building, internal fittings, surface, right? Location, equipment, people movement, and then don't worry about the laboratory. You don't have a laboratory there. And if there's a temporary mobile premises, like vending machine, tea machine, and then where you keep the raw material, packing material. Think of this. Can you develop a small gap report saying, okay, these are the negative points I need to highlight, right? So you can develop small gap report. Can you do that? Can you do that? Guys, can you do that? I need reaction. Yep. Tashani, now you know, right? Okay, you take reaction. So we'll take about 5 minutes. Now, 11:02. We don't have much time, guys. So 11:07, we'll start. And you can use WhatsApp. I mean, if you're writing in a paper, take the WhatsApp, take the picture, put it into the WhatsApp. That's also fine. Or otherwise, put it here. Maybe you can directly type it here. So you are focusing on your home kitchen or canteen. If you have a question, you can ask. I'm here. So we have 5 minutes. Team, I'm not getting any feedbacks. I need feedbacks. 2 minutes gone. No, only 2 minutes remaining. Team, only 1 minute there, so I didn't get anything. It can't be that difficult, right? There should be a lot of gaps. Even if you write it down in the paper, like, I need at least one feedback. Team, I need some feedback. Okay, I got one feedback. So even if you write it down and take a picture and send it to the WhatsApp is also okay. You need to have a separate final product area. So you mean the gaps, right? So when you write a gap report, put it in a negative form, right? So it's an auditor's perspective. He said, okay, clean area is not there, finished product area, washroom is not there, labor dressing area is not there. You have a fitting fan, auto door, smooth surface, wall has to be there, processing floor, so clean, home kitchen, enough space is there, wastewater draining, fume hood, covered windows for flies, proper lighting, storage area. Yep. So, Adishar, the gap report has to be negative, right? It should be negative form. Let me see whether. See, guys, let me show you a gap report. Can you see this one? Tim, can you see this? Tim, can you see this picture? The screen? Seriously? Oh, you can't, right? Let me share again. Can you see this now? There's a Word document I'm sharing. Can you see it now? All right. So you can see the gap report, right? So you can see this is not actually a Sri Lankan one, right? So it was observed cold room doors are fixed in wrong direction and this can lead to a safety incident. Plastic pallets are available, but no washing mechanism available and not a dust soil remaining in the pallet. So all in negative forms, right? Not a temperature reading displays are available and no calibration thermometer available in the organization. Plate washing system is not available and not a dust accumulated. So all in negative forms. So when you do a gap report, put it in a negative form, and then somebody has to take action and the responsibilities, right? So this is kind of like gap report. So when we start the work, okay, the Malshani has done that, right? Soap is not available. Cooked food is covered with paper, not proper manner. Agreed. Flies are observed. Food handlers don't wear hairnet. Agreed. So this is perfect. Malshani, this is perfect. Like, you write in a negative form, right? You normally write in a negative form if there's a gap, right? Uh, Purnima said, unspread clean area, final. Production area, washroom is connected. Labor dressings are not fitting, fan. Yeah. So put it in a kind of a negative form, right? So put it in a kind of a negative form. Okay. Now, even like, when you do a, like, the gap report at the industry, I believe now you can see the presentation, right? Just want to check again. Can you see the presentation again? Case study is there. Am I back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. So, home kitchen, hygiene kitchen area, personal practice, lack of separate food preparation area, agreed, no proper ventilation, no proper storage. Sure, thank you very much. No, Herat is there, right? Yeah. Thank you, Herat. Yeah. Canteen cleanness of floor, wall, and no dust and food. All right. I got a lot of information. uh, Wall and no dust, food hygiene and personal hygiene. So now, Prabhas, so canteen cleaners of the floor. What do you mean by that? Floor is not there out there. Wall and no dust, and wall and no dust, and food hygiene and personal hygiene. So you have to complete the statement. See, if I'm the other end recipient, I might need to see this and like take action. But when you say canteen cleaners of team, like don't get upset, right? So when you give more input, I can give the feedback. So then everybody can learning, right? So somebody is like putting inputs mean, I mean, like you are helping to entire team, right? We are learning from each other's mistake, right? So you can do any mistake in this training program and learn it. And when you go to the industry, you're not making any mistake, right? So it has to be very precise. So the Teshani, what you said, home kitchen main issue were inadequate hand washing, agreed. Lack of air covering, possible cross contamination between raw and cooking food, agreed. Some food being stored uncovered, there can lead to a microbiological and physical contamination as corrective measures. Proper handling machine should be followed. Okay, so you are up to that, you basically identify the gaps and then you are giving the solutions also. That's also fine. Proper handling washing should be followed. Hair net or cleanup should be worn. Separate utensils should be used for raw and cooked food. And all prepared food should be prepared, properly covered and stored. Regular cleaning, proper waste disposal, pest control, refrigerator temperature monitoring should be done. Yeah, Teshani, this is perfect, right? Thank you. See, sometimes this also happen. Sometimes, like when you do a gap study, client might ask, okay, can you suggest the suggestions also? So we might need to go beyond and then help them, right? The home kitchen was no separate clean and area and for final products or raw material storage, non-smooth wall surface and non-unclear processing flow, creating potential risk. Guys, so now you have tasks, right? You can improve your kitchen, home kitchen also, like, once you get a job and then don't ask for money from the parents, right? So once you get a job and then you can improve the kitchen as per your guideline. That should be good. So then, Sijana, inspection using GMP checklist covering premises, personal hygiene, raw material equipment, process, wastewater, packing. Yeah, agreed. But Sujana, like, these are basic concept you identify, but I need data, right? Say, for example, now you said personal hygiene. I don't know what to do. So you need to say, okay, the person who in the kitchen is having a nail, hair cover is not there. So go into that detail. Yeah. And the initial gap inspection food facility. The canteen should arise from facility meet required standard for maintain food and inspection should be begin with the environmental. Jai Singh, right? KKK Jai Singh, like, you basically identify a lot of things, but I don't know like what to do now. See, now you said like internal structure. I don't know whether this is from AI. I'm fully in with AI, but this doesn't make any sense for me, right? See, I don't know what to do. Like, Jaising, like, so if I'm at the receiving end, if I'm the owner of the university canteen, and if you give me this report, I don't know what to do. The internal structure should include suitable floors, walls, ceiling, doors, windows, drain. I don't know what you mean by suitable. So I might say, okay, this is suitable. So use AI in an appropriate way. I'm not against AI. We are fully using AI, and then we are developing ISO and all materials using the AI. We are developing training materials also using AI. So that is, we are fully into AI. But this is not accepted. Yep. So, like you say, while preventing cross-contamination between row and, I don't know, like, when you do a gap report, it should be like, I should know what to do. But this is a, like kind of a nice statement. I don't need a nice statement. I need as a technical person, I need your report to take it. I'm like, guys, don't get upset, right? I'm like giving the genuine feedback. See, this is the difference between the when you are working in an industry and when you're working in a university. University lectures, they are very good. They don't want to hurt your feeling, right? They're like, they treat you as a student, children, like, kind of a thing. But when you come to industry, don't expect that from us, right? You are a colleague. We are colleagues, right? You're one of my colleague, right? I tell you in the face, this is not accepted. So you are giving some AI thing. I don't know what to do. So take it back, right? So guys, this is the difference. University, you are at a school, you'll be pampered, right? You'll be like, basically, I'm like, you can do errors and you can come back and lectures will help you to like, correct it. But when you come to industry, don't expect that because we are busy. Industry people has other work. There's nobody like, nobody there to like, look after you, come behind and check everything. So you have, when you give a task, you have to deliver it. Simple as that, right? So remember that. Right now, chef not wearing a hairnet, agreed, right? Prabha, Prasadini, thank you very much. So this is very specific. Chef, I had to give a hairnet for the chef. Dust build up ceiling. So I need to clean the ceiling. Trash bin is close to the preparation area. Okay, I need to remove the trash bin. Clog sinks. Yeah, sinks has to be clean and it has to be repair something. Heavily porous cutting bread, right? So the cutting bread is damaged, right? Chicken and vegetable share the same preparation area. I need to separate out the meat and the vegetable. Agreed. So Prabhashini, I think like thank you very much. Uh, Prasadini, right? Thank you. It was very nice. Hiring skilled worker make inspection team and then worker have to be certificate with GMB. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. It's good. And then make specific working culture work in my again, Hassan. I might need to take it back because make specific uh, work right? Working culture, work specific hygiene training. Yep. Yeah, that can be there. Yeah. So guys, that's it, right? So now I believe like, people who are contribute, thank you very much, right? Because your contribution, like, everybody will learn, right? Let's move into the other area, right? So now utilities. So any industry you have utilities, right? So you have potable water, you have compressed air, right? Sometimes some industries you have a compressed air, right? And then I don't think canteen you have a compressed air, right? But if you're talking about the Coca-Cola, since we talk about Coca-Cola, always you have a syrup and then you inject carbon dioxide, right? That's why like you're getting like, when you're tired, when you sit for long, like, you prefer to have a Coca-Cola. Why? There's a carbon dioxide, it will come out, right? Then you feel relaxed because it come out with your body. Yeah. So this carbon dioxide gas has to be filtered, right? And the lighting, adequate lighting has to be there, especially cleaning areas, especially QC areas. It has to be there. And then sometimes temperature, humidity, especially there are products are very much vulnerable for humidity, right? Say, for example, why we need to control the moisture level, the humidity. Mainly, if you have moisture, only the microbe can grow. So you need to control humidity, like especially some milk and all product. Humidity control is very important. And then if you're using a boiler chemical, especially steams, if there's a steam leakage, it can contaminate with the product. Or sometimes there are product will directly attack by the steam, right? So depend on that. And then air quality ventilation has to be maintained, water energy, right? Now, like think about your organization. Initial inspection facility for covering this area. Now think about the potable water. You go back to your home, you go back to your canteen, think about the potable water. Compressor. Sometimes people might blow from the mouth, right? Especially in the canteen, if somebody wants to open the bag, what they will do? They blow it, right? So the light level, temperature, humidity control. You don't need to worry about the boiler chemical, but air quality and ventilation. What do you think about the in your canteen and the kitchen in this part? So I only give 2 minutes. So I don't have much time, so I'll give 2 minutes. So now 11:22. I expect 11:24. Come on, guys. Let's fast track. We have a lot to cover. Yeah. So think about this part. Now your canteen, kitchen, think in this area. So apart from sustainability requirement, you'll be basically covering the GMP and HACCP because these are basic compliance requirement. So in Tamaset home kitchen, not properly hand washing, cross contamination between raw and cooked food, pest attack occurs such as cockroach, and then inadequate waste management. Agreed, fully agreed. So even now I know like in Thamal kitchen, like if this is my kitchen, I know okay. I know like raw materials are there, cooked products there, pest control has to maintain, and then waste management. So if you can elaborate waste management, Tamal, that would be ideal. But other than that, I know like all the other areas. So guys, now think about this area: utilities, water, energy. Started to get feedback. Very nice. Okay. Tashari said, okay, what other question? Tashari now, all right. Tashari is, I'm asking the same question. So now your GMP requirement cover the utilities. So I want you to consider the potable water in the canteen or kitchen. If you're using a compressor, what is the gap? What about the light level? What about the temperature and humidity? You don't do boiler chemical, air quality and ventilation. So do a gap study again in your kitchen, focusing on this area or your canteen. Yeah, Tamal, is it clear? Tamali President, is it clear? I mean, like throughout, yeah. All right, okay. So just, I'm like throughout until we complete the GMP, you are going to do a gap study in your kitchen or canteen, right? Okay. Purnima said open windows, soil mixed water, not clean, clear lighting, tank water not clean. Agreed. Fully agreed. Because these things are because water can be a main source of contamination. Sometimes like we have a water tank in upfront, and all the crows, the monkeys, they wash. So that is their like normal swimming pool. But we consider that for the drinking water. Yeah. So that's the main problem. Like when you go into the industry, also like first thing I'm like when you ask where's the water tank, it will say upstairs, like in the roof. So many auditors they don't go there, but of course we go there. And then when you check, you can see there are water tanks without the lids. Lids are not sealed properly. So and then monkeys, crows, everything will be there. So you might have a fantastic system. You can say, okay, I have a pasteurization, everything, right? But then there's a minimum load that can be like controlled, right? So if you have like that kind of open environment, that will be issue. So contaminated air with dust or pollution, that's agreed. Windows grills, ceilings, dust. Yep, agree. So that this can be lead to a air quality issues, right? Not properly going to exhausting fumes from the kitchen when cooking. Yeah, that can be another contamination. That can be issue for the people. Tashani, I fully agree. Right now, let's move on because we need to cover this part, right? And then waste disposal. procedure for hygienic waste handling, separate storage area for waste, color coding for waste bins, and then waste bins containers for waste bins, inedible or hazardous substance, waste management and removal, drain and drainage. So drain has to be fully covered, right? And then like your waste has to be like foot operated waste bins, right? Should not be a hand operated. Why? You are touching foot and then you open and then again you close, like again you are touching the foot. So there can be a cross contamination, right? Can you do this study again? So go back to your kitchen or go back to your the canteen and think of waste disposal mechanism. Identify the gaps. I know like you have identified a few gaps, but I'll give 2 minutes. Right. So you're going to do the gap study again. Yeah, actually I agreed. Like home we don't monitor, right? So now what about this part? Wall was not smooth. So what's the problem with the wall is not smooth, right? See, because that can create some insect, right? So that can be a source of insect. They can be there. Not separate bin for the waste. Yep, agreed. So guys, 2 minutes. Come on. 11, 27, 29. Guys, you have 2 minutes. Come on. Now go back to your kitchen. Go back to the canteen and see the gap study on the waste. So you remember this, right? Like, when you go to industry, first thing you need to do is a gap study on the GMP. Or maybe like if you go to industry and if you nominate as a hygiene person or as a team member, you ask, okay, give me the gap study. Not prioritizing way to clean the waste, same route used for waste cleaning. Yeah, agreed. Overflowing, overflowing. This is Prasadini, agreed. Waste accumulation near the cooking area, agreed. Yeah, that's wrong. Because see, when you have a waste, and then there will be like bacterial fungus growth, right? So then it started to like give away the gas or whatever, right? No, for food polythene, agreed. Area same, waste bin, no separation, yeah, agreed. Not in bin covers. What is this? Waste bins are not always. Come on. Okay, you guys are fast now. You're fast, too fast now. Just keep it up. I'll try to match with you. Waste bins are not always covered. Waste is not removed regularly. Waste, food waste is not regularly separated. Wastage. What do you mean by wastage? Khan, I didn't get your point. No waste properly disposed. Yeah, I agree. Empty bins, not food residues in the bins, not clean. Yeah. So if you have a food residues after cleaning, right? So that can be a source generation. Waste are not removed daily. Agreed. If accumulate, waste not properly segregated. Agreed. Actually, home, no separate bins for waste. No separate food stored food in fridge. Yeah. Waste bin is in whole. Yeah. Agreed. Leaving waste bins open instead of using tight mixed food scrap, recyclable and general trash together. Agreed. Yes, I think like you know about this part. Let's move into the other one. Let's cover the GMP very fast. Equipment. So now when you do the equipment part, protect product microbiological contamination, minimizing cleaning effectiveness and residual cleaning cost. Uh, Inert contact surface, say in your kitchen or like in the canteen there can be a lot of equipment like where you keep the food or where you cook the food, right? So what is there in a contact surface? Is it smooth, non-porous, crevice free, right? Accessible, cleanable. So when you do the cleaning, sometimes you have like different design. Sometimes you can't clean that, right? Minimum dead space. Dead space mean like when you have like the tap kind of a thing, when you close it, there can be some residual can be remain in there. So minimum dead space or zero dead space, and then equipment suitability. So all the equipment has to be food grade, right? Food grade product contact surface has to be food grade. So sometimes you are getting like the plastic material, right? You're getting plastic materials from the recycled product, especially when you're getting product from like you can see when you can somebody screaming or something. Is it urgent situation? we need to call 119. I heard somebody screaming me. Right? Right. So when you buy product from like maybe in the open market, you can see there are bases in black color. Right. So what do you mean by black color means is always they are using a recycled material. So imagine you are putting this this maybe the recycled materials come from a chemical barrels, right? So there can be some sort of a contamination. Right, there can be some contamination. So in Sri Lanka right now, still we have to use food grade virgin material for the food packaging. Right, that's a law. You can't use recycled material for the food packaging. Even PET bottle, it has to be virgin material. But there are some other countries, they are now using the recycled material. So, but they have a serious process. But we don't have that, right? So we use the blow molding and mechanism. So all the materials has to be virgin, right? So these are like, food grade product contact service has to be there. So even in the canteen, we might use different. And then if you see the corners of these materials, the equipment we are using for store food, it was damaged, right? Maybe sometimes the cups can be damaged, cracked. So that is good enough to bacteria to serve, right? So equipment suitability, easy to clean and maintain, cleaning plant, like, and then hygiene design. So it has to be hygienically designed where you keep the glass, whatever, all this equipment. And then if there's a temperature monitoring, the fridge, whatever temperature monitoring has to be there. And then how do you do the maintenance part, right? So repairing. So these are equipment suitability part, right? And then maintenance and cleaning. There should be a cleaning schedule. Maybe you have a, like, in your canteen or home, you have a what do you call the gas cooker or cooker, right? So how frequent you are cooking it? So when you take it out, like, you can see a lot of food materials are inside, right? The cleaning and verification has to be validated. And what are the cleaning agent you are using? Say, for example, sometimes you're using cleaning agent to clean, right? And then if that cleaning agent is present in the cup, but you can't say it's cleaning agent, right? It should be zero, right? You have to go back. Like, now industry you are using, we call CIP, cleaning in place, right? So but say, for example, if you are manufacturing, let's say now the beverage, right? So if you are manufacturing a beverage, say one particular brand, right? So you are manufacturing X brand, and then you need to manufacture the second brand. So what you're going to do, normally you will go through the cleaning process. So you normally do a normal water wash, and then you do a detergent wash, right? Kind of a detergent, right? So it will basically eliminate all the soils. And then sometimes maybe water wash can be hot water, cold water, kind of a thing, detergent wash. And then after you do the detergent wash, you need to do again another water wash. And then you need to make sure there's no detergent inside that line. How do you check? Now, my question is, we are talking about beverage line, right? So you have a beverage line, you manufacture some product, and then you wash using water, and then you using detergent, right? And then you use the normal water, wash for, like, clean up the detergents and everything. Right. Now, after you do that, you have to make sure there's no detergent inside this line. How do you check this? How do you check this? Team, I hope you got my question, right? Say it's a beverage. Okay, Adishwar, do trial run on what, Adishwar? What sort of trial I need to do? Say a simple example. I take one of your cup. Say in your kitchen, you have a cup. So you add some detergent, you wash it. And then you again, like using normal water, you wash it. Now I need to make sure there's no detergent in that cup. How do you do that? How do you do that? Yeah, smell. So cup smell. But industry, can you smell? What are you going to do then? Agreed. Lovely. Who's this? Here, pH test and smell. We don't smell actually. We do the pH. All right, that's really nice. No sterilization. Come on. Who's this? What do you mean by sterilization? Deshani, don't say sterilization. What do you mean by sterilization? I asked a simple question. My question is, you wash it, and then you need to make sure, uh, sterilization is a different process, right? Uh, 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 Smell, you can potable water until visible foam and detergents are removed. Yeah, Sajana, that is not what we use is actually pH. We check the pH. Guys, you have to use this pH in a correct way. Yeah? Somebody is using different pH. So when you write, I believe all of you are science graduate, huh? Got to be careful with this, right? So you check the pH. So there are automated pH control has to be there. Or otherwise you take the sample, you check the pH, and then if his pH is normal, 7 to 8, 6 to 7, in between that, you said okay. Because we know the detergent pH is about above 8, 9, right? So we check the pH and we check the conductivity as well. Sometimes we check the conductivity, right? And then if you want to make sure there's no microbe, what we do is we take the water sample and we do the swab analysis, right? So that's how we validate whether this cleaning process is there, right? So guys, this is very important, right? So this is the maintain cleaning part. Now, again, can you do a GMP gap study for your home and the canteen using canteen equipment? Cover this part. Your surface, dead space, accessible, cleaning, food grade, hygiene, temperature control part, and then cleaning verification part. So can you do a gap study for the equipment in your canteen and in your home, right? Can we do this? Guys, can you do this? I need feedback. Come on. I'll give 4 minutes because you are thinking a lot. Guys, can you do this? So I need feedback. Come on, guys. I don't know whether you are okay or not. I need the feedback. Yes. Okay. Let's do this. You have 4 minutes. Let me pour another coffee and come. I need 1 minute. Team, I'm back. So 1 minute is gone. So guys, you need to do. Okay, I'm getting feedback. Purnima, not sharp knife. Purnima, just check the knife also. Is there any damage? Sometimes you can see knife. There's no top part is missing. So somebody is must be somebody's in stomach, right? If there's a damage, parts are missing. Not suitable spoon, damage, carving spoon, oven edge rust, plate edge, small eggs, yeah. Top round, not clean. Yes, agreed. Fully agreed. Now I know okay, equipment, I need to do this kind of equipment. No proper cleaning after using the equipment, no maintain equipment, damage equipment use, agreed. Hansika, fully agreed. Now I know, okay, I need to bring everything. Hansika, this is canteen or your home? I believe this is canteen, right? Yeah. Okay, can I get more feedback? Purnima, what do you mean by not slope equipment? What do you mean by not slope? I didn't get this. Smooth edge. Yeah, agreed. Fully agreed. Fully agreed. not properly clean equipment from preparation and preparation of difficult food like me. Yeah, Herat, yeah, your point is very valid, right? Because see, I might allergic for the meat, and if somebody using the same spoon to mix with the other curries, there can be a trace. So that trace can be effective too for me. So I'm omitting meat, but there will be a cross contamination that can be allergic reaction. Yeah, I agree. Hygiene equipment easy to clean and maintain, easy to handle. Sajana, like again, I'm coming back for this. Don't use this generic word. So what do you mean by hygiene equipment? I don't know what to do with what do you mean by hygiene. Easy to clean and maintain, easy to handle. I don't know like this. So see, if you go by previous piece, smooth edges, not properly clean equipment. So I know like these are soiled, right? And using it. So don't use the generic word, right? Because see, your gap report will be used by somebody to correct it, right? So if you use generic use, you give me a permission to think the way I want, right? So that's wrong, right? Yep, guys, this is learning, right? Overload and unclean refrigerator, agreed. So this is fully agreed. I know, like refrigerator, there's no path for air to move, right? Agreed. And then home gas cooker is not properly ignite. Knife is not sharp, so not ignite mean the temperature is not there, and then you are using the carbon footprint is high because you are using you're using the yellow flame, right? Knife is not sharp, cups are not detergent wash, lights are not shield covered. Yeah, if there's a breakage, storage shelves and broken. Agreed. No any usage of separate cutting board, so vegetable and meat. Fully agreed. This is a lang kanayaka, right? No any usage of so vegetable and meat, fish has to have a separate cutting board, right? Damage equipment, Purnima again. Yeah, not use personal hygiene equipment, mask, hairnet. Yeah, now it's clear. Let me agree, fully agreed. Equipment releasing microplastic or heat intolerance. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes, like, if you're using a microwave, yeah, you might do that. Cutting board not suit. Yeah. Agreed. Edge close equipment made. Material should suitable for acid food. Okay, I'll come back to this after giving the next part case study to you, right? Guys, now you're good. So then purchase material, we need to manage selection and management of supply. So you need to manage the supplier selection. This will be very important part when you talk about the vulnerability, right? Because you identify the supplier, and then supply capability. Incoming material inspection requirement is there, and then purchasing and supply control, approved supply list has to be there. Supply audit and evaluation has to be there. So this is basically sometimes the vulnerability and threat assessment part, right? Specification control has to be there. So we don't need to do about the supplier. And then, of course, warehouse. Separate raw material, packing material, finished goods has to be there. First in, first out has to be there. Temperature, humidity control, correct control norms has to be there. Pest insect control, minimum product damage during the storage has to be there. And then warehousing, a vehicle, conveyor, container, like, where you bring the material. So in your canteen, like sometimes how do they bring the material? We don't know, right? There are some pictures, right? Like, sometimes, like, they bring kottu roti, the big roti one on the three-wheeler floor, right? I don't know whether you have seen these pictures, right? Containers, clean, dry, temperature control, first in, first out, pest-proof storage practice has to be there. Now, think about your in your home where you keep your raw material, right? The fridge and the dry rations, right? Whether can you manage the first in, first out? Whether the temperature controls are maintained, correct tax norms are there, right? Pest, right? So if you go back in your kitchen and check, there will be shelf, right? You keep all the materials. But when you check, when you take empty all the shelves and check it, definitely you will identify the expired product. In industry norms, if you identify expired product by PHI, what will happen? in industry norms, like, say, for example, you are running organization, you identify the PHI will come to PHI. Normally they will come and visit you. So when they come and visit, when they identify if there's an expired product in your kitchen, in your like industry, what will happen to you? What will happen to you? What will happen to you? Say you are in an industry, you are a QA manager, QA executive, and then that day particularly you are only there, and then they identify some expired ingredient in your factory, in your stores. What will happen to you? What will happen to you? Tell me what will happen to you. Yeah. Sajana, what do you mean by needed action? What do you mean by needed action? You'll be in the court. They don't do cancel license, but they put it into a court case. They can seal the particular premises also. Agree. Not license, but they will court case. Yeah, you will be in the court, right? So imagine now being a food industry, get ready to go to the court as well, right? There will be legal action, right? So that can happen. So we have to make sure there's no expired product, right? Now and then warehouse equipment where you keep, and then how do you bring the product first in first out? Now, can you do a GMP gap study for your raw material, for your kitchen, as well as the canteen, right? I'll give 2 minutes again. So that 2 minutes, I'll go back and check your other ones. I stop at this place. Equipment made material should be suitable for acidic work. Yeah, acidic work, yes. And then Prabhashini, rasta and pots, keep knife cutting, plastic cutting boards, refrigerator, push against the wall. Yeah, pull, push against. Yeah, agreed. Identify broken, rusty, and damaged equipment. Yes. Yeah. So I'm like Nisna said, damaged, rusty. So as a like, if I'm in the other end, I know I need to discard this, right? Kamal, damaged equipment not properly cleaned. Yeah, agreed. Navaratna, identify overload refrigerator, excessive ice accumulation. Yeah, excessive ice mean like it's not, there's no proper ventilation. Food residuals difficult to clean. Equipment not adequately maintained, clean properly, inspected. Yeah. Under so unclean. Yeah. Unclean and improper storage of refrigerator and food storage container not using clean. Yeah, agreed. We'll take. Okay, this part we complete. Okay, now guys, I need feedback. Okay, now I'm getting poor quality raw materials, best damaged product, expired products used, not appropriate way to stock. Dry items stock in same, yeah, not stored raw material separately, no proper temperature, refrigeration, damaged package with agreed, perfect. Mashani, raw material stored with cooked food, agreed. Seems good. Can I get one more feedback before I move into the next one? The kitchen storage facility. See, now when you work on these case studies, you don't need to remember again the GMP requirement. Like when you walk through the plant, when you walk through the facility, you remember everything. Raw material and finished products stored in same area. Entry point for inspection test. Herat, yeah. This is entry point. You specify Herat as the store's entry point, right? Yeah. Stored raw material was contaminated with insect, not properly packaged. Keeping proper condition like meat in refrigerator. Yeah. Okay, Purnima identified there are cupboard with the hole, so that can be used like pest introduction, low temperature monitoring raw material. Yeah. Proper storage condition maintained for high moisture food base. Okay, agreed. Proper dough, auto dough. This is for, I think, Purnima, this is for the source areas, right? Now, I think we covered that part. Now let's move on. And then personal, right? You can remember, right? When I discussed the GMP, the facility, equipment, warehouse, people, and then cleaning sanitation. So these are the key areas, right? If you remember, right? Okay, I need to make sure the GMPs are there in facility. The equipment has to be there. Warehouse has to be there. So warehouse can be like raw material, packing material, finished goods, whatever. And then final part is the personnel. Properly trained for job for reassigning, must not contribute to contamination of the product, must be well trained in hygiene and safety, must strictly follow all personal hygiene guideline, right? And then when you talk about the personal hygiene guideline, hand washing procedures must be there. A personal protective equipment, PPEs, personal protective equipments requirement has to be there. Restriction on jewelry illness reports has to be there. Like, people can't wear jewelries, rings and all. And then if I'm not well sick, I can't work in the kitchen, right? Personal hygiene facilities and toilets has to be separate. There should be a hand washing facility, a staff canteen and designated eating area. So you can't eat where you are, right? You need to have a separate eating place because it's attract insects and all. Workwear and protective clothing has to be there. Health state, illness and injuries, and then personal cleanness has to be there. Sometimes, you can't, sometimes some people have a same kit. When they go to the kitchen, they wear the same thing. Like when you go to the garage, right? So when you work in a automobile industry garage, you have a kit, right? You come with the good clothes, wear that old clothes which never wash, right? And then you go back and finish your work, put it back again, you're putting next day. So when you're working in the food industry, you can't be like that, right? And personal behavior. So you can't eat beetle, chewing gum, those kind of thing you can't eat. So these are the personal hygiene requirement. Now, go back to your kitchen, the home kitchen. Like if your mother is cooking, think about her, whether she's covered all these requirements. If it is a university kitchen, think about the people in the kitchen, whether they are covered all these requirements. So I'll give 4 minutes. This is very important part, right? You need to do a gap study again. Yeah. Okay, so I got feedbacks. Not wearing apron, caps, gloves. So this is about the people, right? Not properly wash hands, wearing jewelries while processing the dicking or eating. Yeah, people will do that, right? Like they did the tasting and all. Illness while processing. Yeah, Lucia. Of course, Lucia. Yeah, that's very common in the canteen, right? In your eyes, like you ended up with the hair, right? Yeah, that's always the case. Not adequate uh, knowledge about the vegetable or meat cleaning with wearing PPs. Agreed. Purnima, this is very nice. Thank you. Let's move on. Marshani basically said phone keeping the processing area not wear harness and aprons, nails are not trimmed. Agreed. Unhygienic personal habit. Uh, lung Lankana, I need more information. What do you mean by unhygienic person habit? Like whether I'm chewing beetle or whether I'm touching my lips and touching product. So you have to be very specific. So don't like when you do a gap report, don't give a generic feedback. Yeah, guys, this is for learning, right? Don't get upset, right? So when you mean by unhygienic personal habit, I don't know what you mean by that. Whether it's scratching here, or I don't know. So that information has to be there, right? Food handlers working while experience vomiting or diarrhea. Yeah. Uncovered cut wound. Agreed. Handling food. Poor hand washing. Poor hand washing after toilet use or handle raw material ready to eat food handled with contaminated bare hands. Agreed. Fully agreed. And then Sanjana use hand gloves, cups, apron when food stock. So suit checks. Okay. So this. Sijana, this is like good practice, right? They're doing that. Touch mouth, nose, hair while processing. So yeah, see the Purnima has mentioned. I think who's our friend? Uh, I can't remember. So somebody has mentioned unhygiene something, right? So what do you mean? Yeah, Lankanayaka. So you just mentioned unhygiene, but see now Purnima has mentioned touch mouth, nose while working in the process. So that's unhygiene. So you can't do that. If you touch your nose, face, again you have to go and wash it. Very simple, right? Because you have virus, bacteria, whatever, then you are contaminated with the food. So if you touch, again wash it, right? So then here I said Lucia, woodworking, yeah, agreed. And then same person handle the waste and food, fully agreed, right? Mark Shani. So you can't. Thermal, no proper hand washing, not wear, cloth clean, agreed. Open scratches, cough-like diseases, yeah. Not wearing proper clothing, including mask, yeah, agreed. Food handlers not wearing proper clothes, PPs, gloves, agreed. And then Ashini, proper hand washing procedures not condemned, followed, agreed. Unhygienic personal habit, not wearing PPs. Okay, now uh, Kawasara, you mean to say not wearing proper PPs mean you need to give more detail. See, safety shoe is a PPE, personal protective equipment. But in this scenario, we were expecting to have a hair caps or maybe face mask or maybe gloves. I don't know. So you have to specifically mention, okay, this person has to have a face mask and a hair cap only. So you have to be very specific, right? Yeah, I think that's good. Right. Now let's move on. So we covered that part and then we had to make sure pest control. I think previous also you started somewhere like you basically mentioned about cockroach and all, right? Preventive pest control plan has to be there. There should be a physical barrier, seal, doors. I mean, like when you see the doors, there should be door gaps, right? And then there should be a pest control agreement. Cross contamination has to be minimized, and then harborage point. So that's why we look for the proper surface, right? So there shouldn't be gaps where the insects can go and legs, right? And then monitoring and detection has to be there, eradication has to be there. So I'm not sure we should do the pest control agreement plan, right? And then these are product information, consumer awareness, but kitchen and home. I don't think you need to do this labeling part unless like, kitchen, the home, not the canteen. If you have a buffet, right, you need to indicate this is the meat and all items. So product labeling. So there are special label guideline acts are available. And then special allergen, like if you have a prawns or whatever, you need to indicate these are prawns. And then of course, traceability has to be there. And then of course, the rework, cleaning procedure for rework product food. And then rework must not compromise safety and legality. Like, you can't keep same meat, put it in the fridge, next day heat it and make malupan, right? So there should be a proper procedure. And then storage and identification traceability has to be there, and then rework has to be there. And then of course product recall. So team, imagine this is still this is for like, GMP requirement, right? Recall plan is in place, communication and traceability is there, mock recall drill has to be there. Now, imagine there is there is a food poisoning. Say for example, now you all eat yesterday lunch, right? You had yesterday lunch. Now, can you go back and trace where did you have the yesterday lunch? What are the materials they had? And then imagine if you want to identify the person who serve it, person who cook it, and then maybe like, storage of those material, temperature, fridge and all. And then where did you buy that one? See how far you can go backwards. See guys, can you do a small traceability about yesterday's lunch? Now I try to recall where did I had the lunch yesterday, right? So can you recall yesterday's lunch, right? You had a lunch yesterday, right? So now imagine, go back and see how difficult this is, right? I mean, like not even 24 hours, right? So maybe little bit about 24 hours. You try to identify the yesterday's lunch. Who prepare this, right? Well, like, go back as much as possible, right? Who prepare this? Who cut the vegetable? Who served this? Like lunch, yesterday's lunch for you, who served the lunch? Or by yourself, or somebody served, or by you buy from this kade, and then who prepared? Are you able to find this information? Or who cooked this? Cook names and all kind of a thing. What are the vegetables available? And then like what are the storage condition for this vegetable? If it is your home, right? Or maybe up to supply. Let's see, we have about 121 people. How many of you can able to identify the traceability up to supply? Right? Let's see how many of you are able to identify up to supply. See, imagine if there's a food poisoning, right? When you go to the hospital, they will ask, okay, what was the last meal? Okay, my lunch. Where did you get it? Right? Okay, who prepared that? Then they need to go back. So this is backward traceability. Tim, did you understand my question? I know this is challenging, but let's do this because then only you understand the concept. Otherwise, if I say traceability is just a word for you, now you should go through the difficulties of doing the traceability for your own meal. Yeah. So yesterday lunch, guys, did you understand my question? Come on, team, any feedback? You hungry? Guys, I need a feedback. Guys, did you understand my question? Wow. So Purnima had a chicken biryani, right? Okay. Chicken biryani. So party time, Purnima, for you, right? Chicken biryani. Bought at hotel. So what is the name of the hotel, if you don't mind, right? The hotel cook was cooked. Waiter was served. Stored ball at a hotel kitchen. Now, Purnima, now you bought a biryani. So biryani might be having rice, chicken, half of the chicken, and maybe egg, and what do you have, like some chutney, those kind of thing, right? So you need to know what is the name of this the person who served or number, and then definitely you might have a name of the hotel, right? And then in that case, somebody else might prepare the rice, somebody else might prepare the chicken, somebody else might prepare the what do you call the egg, and somebody else might prepare the chutney. Chutney might be pre-prepared, right? And then somebody has parcel it. Right now, can you get all this information? Purnima, can you get all this information? Purnima, can you get that information? You serious? If you can, lovely. How fast? So now I believe you started to feel the difficulty of doing backward traceability. This is for your own meal, right? Yesterday lunch, not even 24 hours. So now Purnima try to find out the name of the person who served. And then after that, do you think they will provide the information? Sometimes they not. So that is common in the industry as well. So let's see. So others, what about others? So I believe we have 123 people. So everybody had lunch yesterday, right? So now how can I'm let's see who can go much far. So I give another maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yes. If that fully agree, right? If home again, you might have a difficulty uh, going say kitchen chicken from which uh, stores they bring the chicken, right? And then if you have if you don't have a first in first out, if you don't have a bills, right? Maybe parents might all doesn't know which stores they buy the chicken, which stores they buy the egg, right? If you're buying everything from one supermarket, that's fine. You can I believe you can see the difficulty, right? This when you do the traceability. So at least Purnima tries. What about others? What about others? I want somebody to try. Yeah, Purnima, that's really nice. Because I want you to understand this pain. Okay, Sajjana cook mutton curry with rice. Okay, agreed. So you have mutton curry and a rice. Now, Sajjana, now I need to know uh, who prepared the mutton curry, who served the mutton curry, where did you get the mutton curry, mutton, right? When was this? And the rice, who cooked the rice? Where did you store the rice? Right? Where did you go? Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Who store the rice? And then which store from the rice and what is the expiry date or shelf life of the rice, whatever the brand. Sajjan, I need that information. So Adishwara, okay, rice, Cargills, Aralia Mills, Polonaro Farmers, carrot plus cucumber salad, fried leeks, veggie shop in town, Valisar Economic Center, dal curry, grocery shop in town, wholesaler unknown, yeah, import unknown, yeah, that's right, right. So now, Adishwara, you have information up to that. So you mean to say this thing cooked by your mother and served to you, right? So the traceability is quite low. Yeah, Adishwara, is that what you want to say?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Then it's fine. So, but then again, you have a gray area, right? we don't know where we got from the dal curry, right? Dal, we have no idea, right? So that's the problem we have. And then Purnima, lunch I prepared. I do all the things, clean the rice and vegetable. I do the cleaning and cleaning. So sure. So okay. So Purnima, you mean to say like that biryani is prepared by you? Purnima is by you or like biryani you prepare?
No,
You
sir,
said
no,
like
sir.
no, not you.
It's
So
the
I thought like I thought like if it is by you, like maybe one day we can drop into your place for lunch, biryani lunch. Yeah. So yeah, so we'll do that. Yeah, that's nice. So, but if you eliminate, but then again you might have a problem like Adishwara had, right? So dal and all, like where did you get it? I just know until this person who served the lunch and facility canteen. Yeah, that's it. So here at you say, okay, somebody serve, you have no idea, right? Okay. Rice and curry, sausage, dal curry, potato curry, and cucumber salad bought by facility canteen. Yeah, Thamal, like, but that you don't know. So guys, now you remember, right? When you try to work on the traceability. See, imagine this is not even 1 month, 1 week old traceability we did. We did just 24 hours old traceability, right? So imagine when you go to industry, your product has sometimes 6 month shelf life, you have 1 year shelf life. There are some product you have 2 year shelf life, food product, right? So then if you have to do the traceability, if you have to depend on the document, you are in a serious problem, right? You have to collect all this information. So that's why all the data is very important. Now, I believe you got a slight idea what do you mean by traceability. You got it? You know how difficult it is? Yeah. Okay. So Desha said for another farmer, batch number, fantastic, received, stored, used for rice production, final product. Yeah, that's fantastic. So that is, so Desha, you only had rice or what? So if now Deshapriya's traceability up to rice. What about the other curries traceability? Deshapriya. You need to include that. So you don't say like I eat only rice. Sri Lanka, we don't only eat rice. Right? So we eat rice with something. Guys, now tell me, do you understand how difficult this traceability is now? It's not easy. Yeah? You got my point, right? Yeah. So when you join in the industry, right, your exporter, your buyer, your customer will ask, okay, I need the traceability. I need the mock recall. So when you do a mock recall, they will basically give you a timeline also to complete the mock recall, right? So this is very important part, right? So I think like, you know how to do the traceability mock recall. We conduct this and then product transport, vehicle hygiene, temperature monitoring during transport, prevention, cross-contamination is required. So I'll touch upon the traceability at the final phase, last session, because like using the blockchain, using the technology, very easily we can touch the traceability part, right? Very easily we can touch it, right? So that's one thing. And then measurement for prevention cross-contamination. So we talk about 4 types of cross-contamination: microbiological, allergen, physical, chemical. So this is the base for hazard analysis, right? So you try to eliminate microbe, chemical, physical, allergen using like your environment, your basically facility, equipment, people, and storage, and make sure clean inspections are there. So then when it's come to hazard, the process part, you try to identify what are the introduction for microbe, allergen, physical, and chemical part. That's what we try to do. And then cleaning and inspection part, like, all areas, your facility, your equipment, people, warehouse has to be properly cleaned and inspection, right? So according to the standard and according to the experience, the cleaning and disinfection is the probably most important part in the organization. Say, for example, you can have a fantastic facility, infrastructure, everything, but if you don't do a proper cleaning and disinfection part, that can be a serious problem, right? And then cleaning and sanitation agents, tools, sanitation program has to be there, CIP has to be there, modern sanitary equipment has to be there right now. So we don't need to do this cleaning process for facility equipment, but we'll do this like last case study. Can you do a cleaning process for your canteen or kitchen now? Can you do this? Now you need to develop a cleaning process for your kitchen or canteen. I'll give 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. So now you are going to develop a cleaning process. So let's see, I got a feedback. Uh, Only washing with normal water, unprepared proper amount of chemical using for cleaning, and unprepared appropriate cleaning equipment using for wall, floor not clean the edges, the clean for windows, grills, not clean charts. Okay, let me try to help you on this. Team, can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see there's a cleaning checklist. You can, so this, what we do is like, this is about the warehouse cleaning, right? So the cleaning guideline has given floor crate should be cleaned daily. So it's people cannot bypass this. They said, okay, floor and crate has to be cleaned daily. roof, walls, windows, door glass should be cleaned every 7th day, right? So, I mean, like, this is a very straightforward, simple warehouse. So they give a instruction, floor crate daily, no option. But walls, roof, windows, doors, glass, and should be cleaned every 7th day. So, and then they identify, like, if you do the floor cleaning first, second, third, every day has to be cleaned, right? Wall windows, if you do a fourth, first, and then it should be on 8. Roof 8, door glass 8, and then clean by, and then clean verification has to be somebody, right? Like, say, if I do the cleaning, verification has to be done by somebody else, right? And then there will be a remark. So you can use similar kind of a checklist, like, you introduce. So here, basically identify the procedure as well as the cleaning part has been identified. So this is very important part, right? So this is basically we covered. Let me go back. Let me check your feedbacks. Let me try to present the presentation again. I believe you can see the presentation, right? Can you see the presentation again? You can see it, right?
Yeah, sir.
Yes. Right. Okay. So let me see your ones. Only washing. Yeah, this is fine. So maybe you can modify this, right? So I think like Purnima has may maintained like, regular clean. So not regular cleaning mean like daily or every other day, every 6 days, 7 days kind of a thing, right? Adishwara said kitchen floors up by broom daily, mop and clean chemicals, spoons, knife, patience, wash after use. Very nice. Interesting. By detergent, storage shelf clean for dust. So maybe you can include frequency once a week. Wash hands before and after handling vegetables, meat, and raw material daily, like, every time, right? So you can identify. Sometimes use a preparation of table and floor of cleaning, yeah. And then first of all, need to clean the canteen floor, windows, walls, roof, clean and instrument oven like gas cookers, clean store. So maybe Herat, you can give a like, timeline. Say floors, windows, maybe floors every day, windows once a week, kind of a requirement, right? Then the floor handler hand wash with soap 20-second, dry with yeah, towel and like, okay. Sanjana talk about yeah. I think like, we basically covered everything, right? Right, team. I think like we basically covered uh, the basic requirement, sustainability part, and then initially we were try to complete the compliance part, and then second we try to finish the hazard, and then final advanced part we try to finish within the day. All right, so guys, let's take a lunch break. You guys good, right? You guys hungry? So now 12:25. Yeah. We'll take till 1 o'clock. So you have 35 minutes. That's all. So sharp 1 o'clock, come back. 12:25 to 1 p.m. lunch break. Lunch break. Yep. So hope to see you all after around 1 o'clock. So we'll start the hazard and then conclude the final session. Right, team. So if you have any question, just put a note on the chat or like the WhatsApp group. Yep. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Don't eat too much, but we'll do a lot of case studies.